I do this every day. You are standing in my way. The price you're gonna pay. I am here and gonna stay. Through mud, I'm crawling down, down, down. These bricks I'm hauling down, down, down. The flames are calling down, down, down. You are falling down, down, down. There's just cracking stars. Hit the hand.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, am I live with you? Oh, hey, I'm sorry. I was sharing with my audience. Hi, Robert. How are you tonight?
I'm doing okay. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Sorry I'm a minute late. I missed your intro. That stinks.
Oh, it's okay.
Would you
is
like me to...
is AR on his way?
He's... I don't know. Did you forward him this? Here, let me go ahead and forward that to him real quick.
Hey, Maven.
Hey, Maven. Good to see you. I love catching a Maven live.
Yeah, today was my first time catching her live because I haven't been getting the notifications for her live, which is weird. And because I have it set to all, but I haven't been getting notifications for it.
That's weird. Hold on, I'm just copying this and sending it to AR. Hold on. So Robert, did you want me to dual stream this, or are we just sticking with your live stream tonight? Whatever you want to do.
For right now, let's stick with mine. If we start getting more people in, then we can dual stream.
Okay, sounds good. Did you share it in Discord?
I am getting ready to right now.
Good. Oh, hey, 12. Hey, LA.
But yeah, so
Aquarius.
did you happen to all see the video I did last night?
I have not finished it yet.
It just seems like, we always think of, when Jack S says to Maddie, they're going to get you for this. Well, what if he's not talking to Maddie? What if he's talking to Kaylee? Because Kaylee had broke up with Jack D like 3 weeks before the unalivings, okay? And the Christie said that they were just taking a break. Well, if they were just taking a break, why did Kaylee unfollow Jack D on all of her social medias if they were just taking a break?
Well, that's a great question. Do you want me to give my opinion, or am I cutting you off? I mean, if I had to make an excuse, and I don't know where you're going with this, because you're probably going to tell me something I don't know. But if I had to make a guess, if you're going on a break and you're trying to not think about someone, probably the best thing to do is just cut all the socials out that you have of them. I don't know. But that's what I would do if I were, dating.
Because there has been some kind of corroborations that Kaylee was dating locally. Yeah. What if Maddie, when she said, "What did you tell Adam?" Because we all know Adam was Jack D's boyfriend. What if Maddie told Adam that Kaylee was dating locally, and Kaylee didn't want Jack finding out because she knew it would break his heart?
I mean, that's a plausible theory. Absolutely, Robert. That could be a reason.
And instead of saying they're going to get you for this, because we all thought he was talking to Maddie, what if he was stating that to Kaylee? They're going to get you for this means Adam and Jack are going to be upset with her because she's dating locally after breaking up with Jack 3 weeks prior. It's a plausible scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what would be more crushing than, to see your ex walking around with somebody that from, you're right. That makes sense.
Yeah, because I mean, if you notice the whole time at the grub truck, Kaylee was mad texting somebody. So what if she was mad texting Jack to tell him before Adam got home to let him know? Because it would hurt him more coming from somebody else instead of coming from her.
I mean, it's a theory, definitely. Like, I can see where that would fit into place. Yeah.
Because I got to thinking about it, not last time, but not before, and I got to thinking about it, and I started writing stuff down, and I'm thinking that is a plausible scenario, because she had just broke up with him 3 weeks prior. She had unfollowed him on all of her social medias, because if they were actually friends and they were actually just taking a break, she wouldn't have unfollowed him on all of her social medias. Yeah, if they were still friends, she wouldn't have done that to him.
I mean,
And then,
I guess so. Unless she was the recipient, unless he was like cutting it off with her and she's just trying not to think about him, maybe. But yeah.
According to Christy Gonzalez, Kaylee had broke up with him, and they were just taking a break for the time being, because they had, I know this was probably like a hopeful vision for Christy, because she said they were together for 5 years and they were high school sweethearts and they were just taking a break. They were going to get back together, get married, have kids. Well, if that's the true scenario, Kaylee wouldn't have unfollowed him on all of her socials.
Maybe
She would have, because if you take a break with somebody, you're still talking to them. I mean, yes, they did share a dog. They shared Murphy. That was their fur baby. Just like Jeff said in chat. Maybe when you share a dog, you don't cut it off completely. I mean, he has a point there.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, that alone would be a reason. But the other thing is, think about what happens on a break. I forgot I'm in the wrong chair. What happens on a break? You see other people, and maybe Kaylee did not want to get notifications if he was out with other women. And if he has, they have each other's cell phone numbers, obviously, because we know that night she called him so many times when he didn't answer. So
yeah, and that leads me to my other thought. Tell me if I'm off base on this one. They weren't together anymore. They were technically exes. Would you answer your phone? Would you answer your phone to an ex at 3:00 in the morning if they were blowing your phone up and they were quote unquote your ex? Would you answer your phone?
I don't know. I mean, if I were that age, I don't know. I don't know the dynamics of the relationship. It is so odd. I am concerned about the repetitive calls at that hour. I've always had questions about that. Not necessarily contradicting the PCA, just like weird anomalies with the timeline. I've always thought kind of coincide with that, those phone calls. But I don't know, like, as far as the dynamic of their relationship, like, did he view those as annoying calls? Was his ringer off? Was he playing a video game? Like, was he asleep? Right? Did he know why they were calling and he didn't want to answer? Was he avoiding something? Wait, Jeff says my wife has yelled at me for not answering her. But I had headphones on and was deep in the game deep in Call of Duty. Well, Jeff. Sorry, I'm not going to defend you on this.
I've gotten yelled at before from my wife for playing Assassin's Creed all night. But she would come out, honey, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, and you're still playing this stupid game. I'm like, sorry, honey, come into bed now. 3 hours later.
Well, so okay, there you go. Reasons why we call multiple times in a row.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure that Jack didn't know what was going on, didn't know what was happening in the house that night with with the unalivings. So but it still begs to differ why he didn't answer his phone all those times that they were calling him.
Right. Right. No, I see where you're getting at.
Now did he wake up in the morning and see all those missed calls, or did he just blow off the missed calls? We don't know because we weren't there. Yeah, and he did go straight to. He got. I guess he got Murphy or something, or because he went straight to the Gonzalez's house and was showing them the text messages where he was texting Kaylee about the dog, but he never mentioned about what happened to her. Yeah, that's just another kind of oddity in this case.
Wait, say that again, Robert. I didn't quite follow that. That was my bad. So
Jack went to the Gonzalez's house that morning to show them that he had been texting Kaylee about the dog, about Murphy, but he never mentioned something happening to Kaylee.
The dog was taken by services that morning.
Yeah.
And then was returned to a responsible party. But so it couldn't have been that morning he went to the Gonzalez because they didn't call until noon. I'm not contradicting you. I'm just trying to wrap my head around the timeline for a second. So at noon, they made the 911 call. The dog was picked up. And so, I'm just saying he couldn't have been there until the afternoon, I'm thinking, and he would also have to have picked up the dog. I thought he didn't. For some reason, I didn't think they got the dog until the next day. And maybe I will do some research and get some clarification.
Because his was weird. He was out at the Gonzalez's house for 2 days, sleeping on their couch, and he never once mentioned Kaylee at all in those 2 days. All he did was show the Gonzalez's. He handed them his cell phone and said, "Here, I was texting Kaylee about Murphy," and that's all he went into on that. That came out of Stephen Christie's mouth in an interview that he had stayed on their couch for 2 days. He had showed up unannounced, I guess, showing them the text message between him and Kaylee about Murphy. Never mentioned once that Kaylee had been hurt or injured or anything. It took the sheriff's deputies to let them know later that evening.
I've never heard any of this before. I actually was totally off on the timeline with Murphy. And if you were just telling me this story, I'd be like, yeah, okay, because of the accounts from Howard Bloom's book where they say that, Jack went over, Steve made him sit down, then they went down to the fraternity, whatever. But the dog thing is what's throwing me off. I need to get to my notes to figure out exactly what that was. But Jeff, maybe you know. But I thought when did Murphy get returned? And then furthermore, when did Jack get there?
There's photos of Jack with the dog over in Coeur d'Alene area. Yeah, I'm telling you, Kiki, these timelines in this case are so jacked up. They're so messed up.
No, I totally agree with you. I'm obsessed with the timelines lately.
Because if you actually look at it, okay, if you go back and look at the the alcohol stop on the band field. Okay, that starts at 2:54. You have all that activity around the house between 2:54 and 3:16. But according to MPD, that doesn't matter because suspect vehicle 1 doesn't come into the scene until 3:29 a.m. So and it was spotted on body cam, four people running from the vicinity of the house. Now, I didn't say from the house itself. I said from the vicinity of the house. And they ran, and it looked like they were running straight towards Sigma Chi.
Yeah, agreed.
And Ethan and Xana got into a fight that night because somebody was hitting on Xana, and Ethan didn't like it. So Ethan and one of the frat guys got into a fight that night. And if you look at it, I'm not, don't get me wrong. I'm not blaming the frats at all, but it's just so coincidental that Ethan and Xana get into a fight that night, and then they end up dead. That's just, tell me that's a coincidence or that's not a coincidence.
I mean, Robert, if I were starting out investigating it, it would be the first thing that I would look into. It'd be the first thing. I mean, you're right. Like, first thing for motivation, first thing for heightened emotions, like capability, everything. But here we are.
Yeah. I remember an article where, with many photos of Jack with the dog, we were able to ID the location of the house they were standing in front of. Okay. So you had like a lot of notes that you wanted to go over the court hearing?
I actually do. I mean, I wrote down a lot of stuff when we had the first witness on, when we were live streaming with you, because, I really couldn't participate in the chat that much. So I did write down some notes about that.
Well, if you want to go over them, let's go over them.
I mean, I don't know. Okay, I'll try to put it together. It's on a napkin, literally. So I'm sorry, you guys. I didn't know I was going to be presenting my notes from this. But I'm glad you asked, because I just feel like when they had this expert on, the one that I listened to when I was streaming with you, what I thought was interesting was not every study she explained, but some of the studies she explained were 100% the type that could be peer reviewed or were peer reviewed. Like you could tell that this was science, or not you could tell, she said that this was science that you could repeat. So I thought that was interesting, because then you can make some assumptions about some of the information that we're hearing. So I thought that I'll mention confirmation bias, because we hear that a lot in the true crime community. And I thought it was interesting the way she explained it. Like, it's your cognitive filter. It's not the emotional filter, it's the cognitive filter. So whereas you have, what's it called? Our understanding bias, which is our emotional reaction.
Yeah.
We have our confirmation bias, which is our cognitive filter. And so basically you see a picture of Bryan Kohberger, okay, for example, and then you see the title Moscow Murderer under it.
Yeah.
Regardless of your best intention to remain neutral and not form bias, cognitively you have a filter that has now processed those words or those images along with that person. And then when you see them again, you automatically associate those words with them. And that is, an interesting thing. And actually that wasn't confirmation bias that does that. I'm getting my notes wrong. Another thing that I thought was really interesting that I've dealt with recently is listening to authority figures. And it does make a difference. So when you hear information from like a law enforcement or, somebody from the FBI or anybody who claims to have like authority or knowledge or be an expert, people tend to have this bias that it's classical bias or classical conditioning, and it's like automatic reactions and associations with something. So that's what I was getting at with the picture. That was the word I was looking for, is automatic reaction. It's our our classical conditioning. So that's when we see the name or the word and we associate it with the picture and stuff. And a good example of that would be like your alarm clock. Okay, this is a perfect way for all of us to explain it. When you wake up in the morning and you hear your alarm, there's nothing wrong with that noise. But when you hear it again, you're like, oh, I hate that noise. It's this classical conditioning that we have. When we hear something in a negative light, we automatically associate it in a negative way. And it can work the same way with something positive. We could, I don't know, love hearing like a Christmas carol or something. So those were some of the things that stood out to me. I need a second to review my napkin to get any others. So there's another thing that happens with our cognitive filter, which is if you expect something, you notice it. And it's assessing. You have to assess your selective attention. So she didn't say this, but an example I thought of is like, when you get a car and you think you've never seen that car before, and then, or somebody gets a car and you've never seen that car before, and then you're driving down the street and you see a bunch of them. Like, that's what I think of.
Like today, I was talking to a friend of mine on the phone over Messenger, because he had called me this morning, and while I was like typing the response to you, he had called me on Messenger, and he said a lot of his, because he does like a lot of political stuff. He said he's not getting traction on YouTube, so he's switching to TikTok. I'm like, yeah, because right now the Kohberger case is kind of dominating YouTube, in the true crime community. And he goes, yeah. He goes, I noticed that. And he goes, so what did you think about that response to the state from the defense? I'm like, she was speaking the truth, about what could happen if he's found not guilty. And he goes, not guilty, schmuck guilty. He's not getting off. He's going to fry. And I'm like, so you're a guilter, huh, bud? And he goes, let me guess, you're a Prosecutorial. I'm like, why do people have to
not from YouTube either? Huh? He's a YouTuber. Okay.
No, he has a small channel where he only has like 34 subscribers, and he don't understand the true crime community, because a lot of his stuff is very divisive towards Generation Z, and he's already got his mind made up that this dude's guilty and this dude needs to fry, and they need to go ahead and get him into court, the trial, so they could find him guilty and send him down the river. I'm like, dude, you don't have an open mind, do you? He goes, yeah, I do. He goes, my mind's already open. He goes, my mind's open to him being guilty and being sent to death row. I'm like, dude, I gotta go. Bye. Huh?
And I don't know if people say that just to like get a reaction, or if people really want to say that. I mean, it's like,
yeah.
I mean, you're just, that we have a system where you're not supposed to believe somebody is guilty before they've been tried. And then even furthermore, we know like the evidence is sealed and all these other things. Like, it's just people.
Yeah, so, and he's blaming the defense for dragging the court thing along. He's blaming the defense. I'm like, dude, it's clearly the prosecution. I'm like, because they're on their 17th motion to compel for discovery. And he goes, look who's dragging their feet though, the defense. I'm like, no, I'm like, no, dude. I'm like, the prosecution is dragging their feet on this. And I'm like, I'm sorry you can't see that. But I'm like, the prosecution is dragging his feet, not wanting to turn everything over, not wanting to turn the IgG or the DNA over to the defense. And he goes, yeah, I know why. I'm like, okay, why? He goes, so they can manipulate it and get him off. I'm like, dude.
Jeff says, we are to treat them like they're innocent, presumed innocent, but it doesn't mean that speculation is bad. Armchair detectives, are we right? I am not a fucking detective, anything. I'm just here to report the information as I see it to my audience. And this is the only true crime case I will do. I've decided, I was telling my husband tonight, I'm not going to do true crime after this. I'm probably going to sell things. I'm an Amazon influencer. I think I'll focus on that.
So you're still going to be on YouTube, just not in true crime?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've been on YouTube long before true crime, but I think this case, and also, like, I don't want to, like, take on another case. I feel like I always have so much to read about, and there's always, like, there's never a lack of, things to cover or read about. So, at least for now, anyway. I don't know where else.
Is our other streaming buddy coming?
I don't know. Let me check my text. I turned the ringer off when I came on because I just do that. No answer.
Yeah, I just texted him too. I'm like, hey brother, I'm live with Kiki. He might not be feeling good, so.
Okay.
But yeah, I gave my other brother Jeff a nickname in Trisha's live chat today. The guilter that we all love.
Who? Jeff?
Yeah.
Oh, Jeff.
Yeah, he's the guilter we all love.
I just wish I didn't have to call you a guilter. I wish I could call you like just a regular person, but you are a guilter.
Yeah, he's the open-minded person that we all love. How's that?
All right.
Oh, I got my wife a new puppy for her birthday. Her birthday is the 27th of next month. The puppy was free. It's an 8-week-old Chiweenie.
Chiweenie, what's that?
Yeah, it's the runt, so it's like really, really small. I named it Yoda.
Yoda? How big is it?
Hold on, I'll have my wife bring it here.
Oh my gosh, bring me the dog. Bring me the dog. Oh, good. Oh, how many people are in the chat? I can't tell on this. It looks like Jeff is the only person here. Aquarius was here early. I'm trying to see. I think I want to put on these. My husband does not like these glasses at all. They're like different shape than I got. They're all blue blockers, but he thinks that they look like 1950s. I think they're cute, but it's too late. I've already bought them. Oh my God, he looks like a Burmese mountain dog. Oh, that is. I love Yoda. Oh my gosh. Robert, hold him all the way up.
He is an 8-week-old Chiweenie.
He's 5.5.
Oh, my wife said 5.5. Never mind.
Almost 6 weeks.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that dog is so cute. I love his little white socks. Oh my God. He's got like he's good on camera. He's got very expressive eyes and ears.
Yeah, he's tiny. He's the he's the runt, so he's tiny.
He's so cute.
Yeah,
the Burmese mountain dog, like he looks like he's got the 3 colors.
Yeah, no, the the mother's a Chiweenie and the daddy is a Chihuahua. So he's a Chihuahua Chewie. So he's basically a Chiweenie.
Well, you're a lucky man. Your daughter's gonna be like besties with that dog.
Yeah, she already wants to carry him around the house. I'm like, I'm not, no. I'm like, no. I'm like, you're not carrying him around the house. And she goes, oh, but he's so tiny, Daddy. He'd fit in my backpack. I'm like, no.
She's not out of. I mean, that's the first thing most people would think of too. I had a Chihuahua for many years. He lived to be 19. He was my first like dog I had him.
Yeah, Jeff H says,
Good dog.
super cute dog. Maven says, what a cutie pie.
Yeah.
And Creatix is all in love.
You should make sure to keep the Chihuahua away from your snake. You know, don't you think your python could eat that thing?
Yeah, my python's already up to medium-sized rats. So yeah, I'm gonna keep the little adorable puppy away from him.
I would hope so. Oh, hey, Nina. Her daughter's a gamer.
Yeah, I play Call of Duty once in a while with my brother Corey. He has the he has the PS3 version. I have the PS4, and he'll go online with his, and I'll play like death matches with my brother. And he'll get mad when I decide to snipe him.
Aren't you on the same team?
Yeah, I don't care though. I mean, he's done it to me. He's freaking shot a bazooka at me and blew me up. So I tell him all spare in love, war, and gameplay.
Is it though? Is it? So, what are you doing for Labor Day tomorrow? Are you going on a barbecue or an outing or anything?
Probably going to the zoo.
Nice. That's great.
Yeah, I'm taking my my nephew to the zoo tomorrow.
Oh.
Yeah, this is the first time he's been in a long time. So, and I have a membership for the zoo, so I get in free. I get in free. My wife does, my daughter does, and I put an extra child on there, so he'll get in for free too.
That's great. What's the name of the zoo?
Sedgwick County Zoo.
We'll have to go look it up. Good shout out there. Yeah, and my husband, so we live in Cape Cod, and one of the big activities on the weekends is fishing. So he's going fishing tomorrow. It's like they go out for like 12 hours. It's just a really beautiful place. They go sometimes they go to this place called the Regal Sword. You can see it on that show. I can't remember what it's called. It's on Discovery, the tuna fishing show. Anyway, Deadliest Catch. I didn't want to say that because I thought that might be the crab fishing show. I couldn't remember. But anyway,
there's this one YouTuber I follow. His name is Jacob something, and he does lobstering off the coast of Maine.
Yeah.
And
hard work.
And he always goes in depth on what lobsters they can keep, and he'll I guess he caught like 2 big lobsters, which are protected off the coast of Maine. If a lobster's over 5 inches from head to the back of the tail or the top of the tail, you can't keep them. You got to throw them back. And he caught a couple of lobsters that were like almost 100 years old.
Are you kidding me? I didn't. Yeah. I mean, I knew they lived a long time, but I didn't realize that. On the subject of lobsters, like, have you guys ever heard Jordan Peterson talk about lobsters? They have like these amazing qualities, but lobsters are like one of the few species that like mate for life. Like they do, they fall in love and they mate for life, and they like die if they're just like a swan. They die if their mate dies.
Well, and actually, lobsters, like the big male lobsters, they actually mate with different females.
Okay, well, I stand corrected then.
But yeah, a 10-pound female lobster can actually carry 70,000 to 80,000 eggs, and only 2% of those eggs actually survive to adulthood.
Oh my gosh.
But because when they're born, they're floating in the current of the sea. That's how they feed. When they're born, and you have the whale sharks that eat plankton. Yeah, and the newborn lobsters are about the size of plankton, so they get sucked up by whale sharks and stuff like that.
Okay. Yeah. So
and how I know this, my 9-year-old educated me earlier. She's learning all about all about marine stuff in school, and she came home. She goes, "Daddy," I'm like, "Well," she said, "Do you know anything about lobsters?" I'm like, "Yeah, you cook them and eat them." And she goes, "Daddy," and she goes, "They're living creatures and they live in the ocean." And I'm like, "Okay." And she's the one that turned me on to that Jacob dude on YouTube, following doing the lobsters off the coast of Maine. And she said, "Yeah." She goes, "The lobsters live to be about 100 years old, and when they get to be 100 years old, they can't shed no more, so they get shell rot and they die." And I'm like, "Okay." And she said, "Yeah." She goes, "Off the coast of Maine, big lobsters are protected, and eggers are protected, which is the females." I'm like, "You're a smart kid." And she goes, "Duh." She goes, "You are my daddy."
oh, that's a good answer.
But
So, well, my husband typically I'm actually really excited. So he's going out at 8:30 tomorrow morning, and he's not going to be back till 8:30 tomorrow night.
yeah.
But they normally he's gone at like 3 in the morning when he goes fishing, and then he doesn't come back until and then he usually doesn't come back until a little long after dinner, like sometimes like 8 or 9 at night. So it's actually good, because I was thinking, like, if this was like a really hot stream and we were streaming, I'm like, well, I could stream until he leaves to go fishing in the morning. So I was telling him that, and he's like, "I'm leaving at 8:30. I'm like, "Oh, okay." I'm not gonna have it. But I thought it was my Discord. I don't know what's going. I hear beeping.
Yeah, all I know is, I went to Long John Silver's today, and for a family meal, for the 12-piece family meal, I paid almost $60 for it.
For how many? 12 to feed 12 people?
No, no, it's a family meal. It comes with 12 pieces. It comes with like six fish, 6 chicken, 3 sides, and it was almost $60 at Long John Silver's.
Robert, I heard a statistic today that they were comparing Memorial Day barbecue, and I don't know if this has to do with presidential election or not, probably. So I don't know if the statistic is skewed, but they were just stating that like the cost of a Memorial Day barbecue, this is crazy, is up like 21% in the last like 2 or 3 years. 21%.
Yeah,
that's incredible. I mean, who doesn't feel it when they go grocery shopping? It's insane. Including cart is like an extra $50 to $100 than it used to be. Who doesn't feel that when they go to the grocery store?
Yeah, like I could walk in the grocery store, before Biden got in office. I could walk in and pay like a cart full of food, $170. Now it's almost $300.
Yeah, inflation is out of control, and it's particularly when it comes to housing and rental, that's where it's like really hitting home for a lot. I say it's all hitting home, and it's scary when you see winter approaching and you know that the price of heating is so high right now. But I don't know. I was at the grocery store today. I'll just change subject because I don't want to get. Oh, how sweet! You gifted some memberships. I want one. How do I get one?
Just click on it.
I am. It never works. Oh, it's because I'm in StreamYard. Hold on. Let me go to my phone. But then I'll tell you this. I'll tell you my Starbucks story today because obviously we're trying to do a little small talk. Oh, where is it? Here we go. Hold on.
Hang on.
I want one. It won't let me take one.
Hold on. Grab this one. I'm doing 5 more.
I can't grab them, Robert. It won't let me. Can you assign me one? Can you somehow put one on me? I can't. All right, so do you want to hear my Starbucks story?
Yeah.
So 12 Gauge has this live stream yesterday. And I like tuning into 12 Gauge's live streams when he does like kind of like the relaxing ones. They're nice to have on while I'm doing like things around. Yeah. All your live streams are great, but I like those when I'm like doing stuff around the house. So Maven, and I love yours too when I'm doing my morning chores. Anyway, that's beside the point. So 12's talking about breaking addictions, and he didn't want to keep it on like the heavy stuff, and he's talking about just simple things like coffee and how addictive coffee is. I'm not going to go into all the details, but I was like, you know what? I really need to cut back on coffee. So today I started that journey. And I go, I always treat myself to Starbucks when I go to the grocery store. It's like, I don't have a lot of vices in life, and that's one of them. So I'm like, well, I'm not going to get a coffee this time. So the good news is if you don't order coffee at Starbucks, it's a lot cheaper. It's like half as much. So that's good news right there. So, but shout out to my barista, Tyler, who made me like the most amazing drink ever. We like worked together to find like the perfect tea drink, and he made it for me. And this is what is it? It's a chai latte with, I can't remember how he made it, but it had like cinnamon and like foam. And so anyway, thanks 12, I've started my journey to quit coffee. And shout out to my barista, Tyler. You have the most beautiful laminate. And if it's not a laminate, you have the most gorgeous eyebrows. And I'll shut up now.
Tennille said, what's the topic?
We don't have one. I'll talk about the hearing.
Yeah, let's talk about the hearing.
I'll talk about the hearing. Absolutely. Okay. Well, first and foremost, what I'd like to know from the chat is, do you have any guesses on how long you think it's going to take the judge to come back on a ruling?
Because we didn't learn anything from this freaking hearing. The hearing was 6 hours, and personally, it was nothing but boring PowerPoints.
I mean, well, until the point I fell asleep, I was actually pretty interested. Hey, Mark and Betty. I was interested in the slides because, Robert, you did a lot of live streams with you. I spent a long time reading that memorandum and breaking down Edwin's work. And so seeing those charts and graphs and just, I thought that it was great to have the visual along with all the things that I had been reading about. I did learn a few things though, and I don't know if you caught that video. Well, you did. You saw that you were at the chat you were in the live stream last night. I don't know if you saw this play, but some of the things that I gathered just from the coverage was how much the prosecution is really trying to do everything they can to what they have within their power to control the narrative. Actually, I'm sorry, I'm getting off point. There was this thing. I'm sorry, I'm don't mean to be scatterbrained. So there's this comment that Steve and Christy make where they say to stop letting BK wear his like suit to court, and he should be wearing his orange prison garbs if they're going to change the venue. But then I've heard other people say that like it's not the prosecution's right. Like AR was explaining that you have a right to wear those clothes. You just have to have your attorney request them. So I've got some mixed signals. I also heard the Gonzalez were like conducting some of their own studies about the jury pool. And I thought that was interesting too, because not because I'm questioning the victims' families or victims' rights, but I just think it's ironic that we sit here and we had an entire hearing about the controversy of Edelman's survey and the 400 people he called.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it just seems so chaotic to me that then they would go conduct another survey with the official survey, the court-ordered one, having so much controversy. Why would we then do another like side survey? It just feels so weird.
Odd and weird.
Get it? Like I don't know who would advise anybody to do that. And again, it's not to cut down victims' rights or it's just it's not logical. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you on that. But isn't that was what Stephen Christie's doing? Talking to I guess talking to like everyday people there in Moscow about doing their own investigations about the jury pool. Isn't that contaminating the jury there in Moscow?
I mean, I can't say either way, but all I know is we just watched Bill Thompson in court get so upset over Edelman and the questions, the presumptive questions he was asking jurors. And so if we're so upset over the delicateness or whatever, the preciseness of this professional's words, then we have non-professionals emotionally invested going around and conducting a similar type. I don't know what they're doing, but it just raises a lot of questions. Like we're sitting here taking Edelman's, they had an entire hearing concerning how the survey was conducted. And then we have this other independent survey going on. I don't know how that helps the case. I don't know how that helps anything. And I don't know how that helps our situation where we're trying to figure out if venue should be changed. Like, I just wonder, they have a family attorney involved. Why were they advised to do something like that? Like, I do not understand.
Just like Mark and Betty just said, have they got room for 12 jurors to park their tractors?
Wait, say that again?
Mark and Betty said, have they got room for 12 jurors to park their tractors?
I think they'd be lucky to have 12 farmers on the jury. But it is, I get your sarcasm. Everybody expects that, that's what the ideal that they're looking for. And the point is they're not get that. And the point is also, even if they did get that is that really a cross section of the defendant's peers? If you're only looking for a certain demographic, I don't know.
Yeah, because they did this survey in Ada County, in Nez Perce County, in Lewiston, and in Latah. And there was a point that a friend of mine made today. He said if they wouldn't have waived the speedy trial and they would have did the jury survey, you could have possibly got a clean jury pool from anywhere there in Upper Idaho. But he said since they have drug it out, he said you might possibly find a clean jury pool, but highly unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the longer this goes, obviously, the more exposure that's going to be there. But I guess that's a good point.
And I mentioned Nancy Grace to my friend today. He goes, "Oh God, don't mention that woman." He goes, he said she is, and says he said she's not a reporter or journalist. She is a sensationalized commentator. He said that's all she is a commentator.
Hey, show her this one.
You know, the thing is like when Nancy Grace is like, when there's like a crisis and you need that loud, like, you know, sometimes it's like I like turning on Nancy Grace, but beyond that, like when she continues the intensity and the fake outrage, it's just like, oh.
That's her.
The jealous toad.
I like her out. I like her outfit.
Yeah, she's jealous of the puppy.
Wait, can I see them together, please?
Not related.
I want to see them. Give me a
She
second.
wants to see them together, honey.
Oh my gosh.
Please.
But
What were
I
you-
mean,
Sorry.
yeah, about Nancy Grace.
Yeah.
How she's not a journalist. She's a sensationalized commentator.
Here, they're not relatives.
Oh my god. Why is she looking at her? Is she? I think she's a little bit upset about the puppy. Oh, the
Yeah,
puppy.
she is.
The puppy's so cute, so happy. Don't keep him away from the python. Hi, baby. Hi, Yoda. We love you.
He likes to stare.
Yes.
Him and I had a staring contest earlier.
Who won?
He won.
He won.
Yeah.
Oh.
But yeah, I mean, this whole, you know, Heather says I need them. but yeah, this whole jury pool and the jury survey. I mean, they could, you know, if they go another year without a trial, you know, I think there would be no clean jury pool left. There might be, but I don't see it happening with as much media exposure there is with this case right now.
The only thing I would wonder is like a question I would have for the people who do this science would be, at what time how does, like, we talk about emotional responses. So we know that there were like less emotional responses in some areas versus like the highly emotional responses in Latah County. I guess my question would be, is there a period of time, like a cooling off period, where there isn't the emotions die down after a certain period of time? It'd be an interesting question for the surveyors, you know, like would the emotional height be the same now as it's going to be in June? I know that there's an answer to that question. I just seems like the Gonzalez are asking people, can you be impartial? The Edelman survey interacted with, do you know about the issue of stalking? I see the difference. But Jeff, how can you say that if you read Edelman's survey? I mean, that's just one question. And I mean, to know that the questions were flow-based, I mean, I have put in the time looking at the survey. His survey is not that simplistic. And
have you read, seen, or heard? Yeah. Have you read, seen, or heard anything about Bryan Kohberger in the news? Have you read, seen, or heard? If you have heard anything about Bryan Kohberger in the newspapers, you know, pretty much the entire survey is just like, have you read, seen, or heard?
well, the other point is that why they brought that specialist in is because people don't understand their biases. So if you say to them, can you be impartial? Most of us are going to answer that question yes or no. Like for me, if somebody's going to ask me, can you convict someone of the death penalty? I would give the very honest answer, I don't think I can. And they wouldn't let me be a juror. You know what I mean? So examples of that, like people explain whether they're partial or impartial. I think people are usually generally pretty honest about that. But here's the thing is, do they really understand their biases? And I think that's the point that the defense was trying to bring home in the hearing the other day is, there are so many complexities, particularly when it comes to subliminal exposure to images and words. And so to ask them if they can be impartial is maybe not the right question. And aside from that, why would anybody be advised to do such a thing when we literally had a hearing that stopped everything because they inappropriately used the word stalking? They brought up all these different questions that I mean, why would that type of gravity on the words that were used on 400 people, would you then go do an unofficial survey? And it's not that I'm coming down on the families. They have advisors, they have lawyers, they have private investigators, entire family. Who is telling them to do that? Like, who advised them to do that? That's just, it's weird. I'm not.
Maybe they did it. Maybe they did it on their own.
It's weird weird that was the choice that they made. I'm not saying they're weird. I'm not trying to come down on the family. What I'm saying is, I understand how this happened. Like, who said it'd be a really good idea if you go conduct your own controversial survey with the same people that they're worried about being tainted. The judge out of his own lips said you just tainted 400 people. So in that same case, they were advised to go out and then do another unofficial survey and then taint more. I mean, they have good people to advise them. Why would that ever be something that was brought up? And it's not that I know everything. I just would really like to know, like, where was the strategy in that? And I feel so bad now because now this clip is being played over and over again on YouTube and it's being made into a lot. And I know it was just a statement that they made, but it's like, now everybody just wants to know. And maybe it wasn't that big of a deal. Maybe they didn't mean it as big as what is being made out to me. Maybe they just talked to somebody outside the courthouse. I don't know. Or maybe somebody when they were out to lunch. Maybe they talked to their waitress or something. I don't know. But
it feels like the Gonzaleses are tainting the jury pool in their favor, because we all know that what they want, what outcome that they want for this trial. They want Bryan found guilty and they want him sentenced to death.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm gonna say they want justice for their daughter.
Yeah. Well, they want justice for for Kaylee and for Maddie and for Xana and for Ethan. We all want that, but why would you risk the jury pool there in Latah County by doing your own survey?
But it's hard to even come down on the families because they're not operating in a bubble. I mean, that's why they have their lawyer. That's why they have all these people. That's why they have people assigned at the police department that they speak with. You know what I mean? Like,
well, according to Steve Gonzalez Jr., in the latest interview, they're not even talking to the police anymore.
That's too bad. That's too bad to hear.
Because Steve G Jr. said that if we want to get something done, we need to do it ourselves.
Right. And silly little Wabbit, I'm not saying there's any law against talking to people. And I am 100% a free speech and freedom of press advocate. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the fragility of this case. And that just several weeks ago, we saw the prosecution pull a man up and say, you're inappropriately asking questions. And then it sounds like, unless we heard something wrong, there's another group of people out there asking inappropriate questions, just none of it's being documented.
Yeah.
We have this extreme documentation and questions about tainting these people. And then we've got this unofficial group, allegedly, because we don't know what they really meant by that. It could not be. Maybe it's not a big deal. Who knows? But I want to know. You want to know. Everybody wants to know.
But yeah, I mean,
okay.
And I'm not trying to come down on Steve and Christy. Silly little Wabbit is Kane B.
Oh, Kane. Kane, I love all you.
Yeah, I'm not trying to come down on Stephen Christie Gonzalez, but I'm just stating that the fact that possibly they could have contaminated the jury pool there in Latah by doing their own survey.
Agreed.
That's not a professional survey. Just by going around and asking people if they're unbiased and this and that, that's not a put down on Stephen Christie.
Absolutely.
That's a hey, stop doing what you're doing.
They wouldn't come up with this on their own. I mean, there's just no way. There's just no way they would just go out and do this on their own. They have a lawyer for a reason. I just, and it's not that I find anything wrong with what they're doing. It's that why is there this, like, how would that ever help the case? And it feels like it's creating more chaos in,
Yes.
I mean, it's currently creating division right now.
Yeah.
And it's not the last time I'm going to talk about it, because I honestly feel so guilty about this. I put a video out about this, and like the comments were so cruel to the some of the comments were like super cruel to the family. And I had to erase them, and I rarely have to do that. And it's just like, so I probably will be the last time I talk on this, because I do feel like I don't want to be part of a pile-on, but I would like to know what they meant. And
and that's not what we're trying to do. That's not what we're trying to do. We're not trying to pile on the Gonzalez family, or the Mogans, or the Chapins, or the Laramies, or the Canodals. We're just trying to figure out exactly what made them do what they did, knowing that it could potentially contaminate the jury pool in Latah. And the only thing I can think of, Kiki, is it was intentional to poison it in their favor.
I won't go that far, but I mean, because I don't even know what they meant by that, but I will say that no matter what happens, how could that be? I'm going to tread carefully beyond that.
Yeah, I'm going to tread lightly on that too.
I get where you're going. And I get where there's this alternative theory going on that people are trying to destroy the case. But its appearances, I don't know. I just wish that off the fly statement and they didn't mean it, they would stick with the script, because it gets so confusing and we all want to know. We all want to read into what they say. And it's like.
Yes, he was just like Steve Jr. had stated that the trial should not be moved. It should stay there in Latah, because that's where the crimes occurred, is in Latah. And if they move it to Boise, that's 300 miles away from the scene of the crime. Well, we both know the scene of the crime is now rubble, and they live in Rafton, which is about 2 hours away from Moscow. If they move it to Boise, that's an almost 6-hour drive for them. Mm-hmm. And the way Christie put it, if they move it to Boise, the way she stated is, I don't know exactly how many times we would be able to attend the trial. Now, she said if it was here in Moscow, we would be able to attend the trial every day or every other day, just not on the days that they show the evidence or the crime scene photos, because apparently she had the prosecutor let them know that if they show something that they like, something gruesome like the crime scene or a picture of the bodies, then that would be his cue to let the families know, hey, we're showing this. If you don't want to stick around, you can go outside. But she said if they move it to Ada County, then they don't know if they would be able to make it to court every day, because that's a almost 7-hour drive from where they live now, to where in Latah it's only 2.
I mean, it's a real concern for the family, and I get that. I find it awful. I mean, I would want to try it. I wouldn't want to be at every hearing, and that's a difficult challenge. Unfortunately, And yes, I believe in victims' rights, but unfortunately, that's not our system of justice. It's not, that can't necessarily, I don't know, maybe it does factor in, but it doesn't feel like that would factor in under the course of, can you get a fair trial in this area or not?
Yeah.
Um,
Because I mean, we both saw the,
the objective.
I was gonna say we both saw the the response to the state's denial, and about if he was found not guilty, they would burn the, they would burn the, the courthouse down and everything else, and that those jury surveys were from Latah, Nez Perce, and Lewiston. But when they did the jury survey in Ada County was more less mob mentality like. Ada County was like, well, we would feel indifferent about it, or it would mean it would mean he was not guilty. We wouldn't lose sleep over it. And this was in Ada. This was in Boise. But Layton, Nez Perce, and Lewiston all had the same thing. Oh, we will burn the courthouse down, and we would riot. We would good old boy, so on and so forth. And this is the Latah County area in Nez Perce, Lewiston, and Moscow. Those three counties all had the same mindset that they wanted to basically lynch him if he was found not guilty. To where in Ada County and some of the other southern counties, they had they had no ill will at all. It would be just like, oh well, if he didn't do it, means if he's not guilty, means he didn't do it. Then he wasn't guilty of the crime, or we wouldn't think any less of him. That was Ada County, which I'm thinking is okay. Ada County is less hostile towards BK, where you have Lewiston, Nez Perce, and Latah are very hostile towards BK. So how can you find a clean jury pool in those three counties, Lewiston, Nez Perce, and Latah, if you have that type of mentality going on? That's what Ann laid out in her rebuttal. Can you find a clean jury pool in those three counties if they have that type of mentality towards Bryan right now?
I mean, sorry.
Or can you find it in Ada, which is a bigger county? It would be able to house more people. The jurors wouldn't be photographed or anything like that when they left the courthouse. They would leave underneath the courthouse in an underground parking garage. So which one is more safer? Ada, Lewiston, Nez Perce, or Latah?
Yeah, I mean, I think that obviously Ada is the ideal location just because of the size, and so statistically that would be the one they're reaching for. But I think the key thing is, for me, the two key factors, which is just something, excuse me, outside of Latah would be sufficient, would be that the local news coverage is so much less when you get outside of Latah County. Like, the spread is incredible. It's like 20 points less or something, like 15, 20 points less. And then the other one is the emotional detachment when you get outside of Latah County. So yes, to answer your question, Ada would be ideal. The facilities would be ideal. The size of the population is what they're looking for. But I think any county would be a better result if you had a non-guilty verdict than Latah, simply for the facts that, like you were saying, like they were asked, what would happen if you found him not guilty? People are like, well, I assume he wasn't guilty. Like, whereas in Latah, you're like, what would you do if you found him not guilty? And they're like, we'd burn the courthouse down. We'd fire the police. Like, it's just a different emotional, the emotions are in a different place.
We would riot and kill him. We would let the families finish him off.
or in the podcast I just listened to, and I mean, this isn't an official statement, but the independent journalist says that they said that he'd get shot outside the courthouse is what they were saying.
Yeah.
Basically. I don't know, but and I'm not saying that their reactions aren't real and wrong. What I'm saying is like they're extremely emotionally charged reactions, whereas you just go outside of that and you just don't see the same visceral reaction.
Yeah. Yeah.
We
Yeah.
have people in the
You go
chat.
Yeah, she got gifted a membership last week.
Wish I could get gifted a membership. I can't figure it out. I'll have to buy
I
one.
only get 10 free that I can give out, and I've already gave out my 10 free.
I know I tried to do 10 free, but I've already given them all away.
But yeah, I mean, you know, what I'm trying to figure out though is, you know, it also falls in line with the IGG. You know, you have Bill Thompson who put a protective order on the IGG and the DNA. Is he not wanting the defense to get a hold of the DNA? Is that why he put a protection order on it?
Hold on one second, Robert. Give me one quick minute. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Never mind. I'll finish that in 1 second. The protection order on what? Say that one more time.
Bill Thompson put a protective order on the IGG, basically the DNA, because he's trying to protect the DNA. Now, is he trying to protect it from the defense? Have they even had a chance to take a look at the IGG? Or have they already taken a look at it? We don't know because of the non-dissemination order, you know, the gag order. And I know a lot of us out here in YouTube land, because of that non-dissemination order, we have to come up with our own thoughts and our opinions and our theories and our speculations and allegeds. Twiz, hey, it's Twiz.
I don't think that's Twiz.
Swamp Rose, will you take me back? Cold and Cover rejected me.
Yeah, but I never rejected you. What is happening?
He said Cold and Covered rejected him.
Did I block you, Twiz Clone? I'm sorry. It was probably a long time ago.
But no, LA says ha 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 ha. It's Kane B.
Oh, I thought it was Kane. That was my first guess.
But you know, the whole, you know, the whole, basically, Kiki, the whole sealing everything up.
Yeah.
Because before the non-dissemination order, nothing was sealed up, and then comes down the non-dissemination order, basically the gag order. Bill Thompson starts sealing everything up, and yeah, everything's now redacted. And I'd like to know, Kiki, if you know, I have this thing wrapped around my head. Why did they do a search warrant for Kaylee's Reddit? I don't think they did one for Maddie, Xana, and Ethan. I think Kaylee was the only one that they did a search warrant for her Reddit. What are they looking for on her Reddit?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. Maybe the others didn't have Reddit, or what do you guys think? I mean, that's the only thing I can think of.
Because you know, not Heather Fitzgerald. Heather, you got a clone in chat.
you know, she's not, her tire track presentation isn't getting enough traction. Robert, you should play her video. Do you know what she's talking about? Oh, you saw it. You were there. You saw it during the unveiling.
Yeah.
No, the IGG, I mean, look, I don't know. Like this whole confidential informant thing, all I can think is, you know, it's one of those tips that led them to narrow it down to BK. It's not admissible in court. It's like a lie detector test. And maybe that's like the confidential informant they're talking about that helped them get to BK. I don't know. I do know that in the in some of the unredacted documents I've read that they've referenced, when it comes to the IGG, a case, I can't remember the full name, but it was El Dorado was in the title, and it was a case out of El Dorado, California. And it had to do with the IGG, and it ended up getting thrown out because this person couldn't get the entire genetic genealogy, how they got to him. And in that case, what was interesting is there was unknown DNA in that case as well. And it was specifically cited that they couldn't get that unknown DNA. And what it turned out being is, if I remember correctly, when it's law enforcement, they have to say it's unknown DNA. So could it be that the unknown DNAs that we're looking at here are the law enforcement? Could they have been some sort of touch DNA from when they were investigating the scene? I don't know.
Yeah, just like, you know, like the van shoe print inside the house and the boot print outside the house.
Right. Could that be law enforcement? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know if law enforcement, yeah, but it's all weird. I mean, you have the van shoe print inside the house, which is, mind you, is barely visible. You know, the only way they found it was with amino black and the other stuff, you know, that you can you see blood with. Was it because whoever did it had a booty on? Maybe is that why it was barely visible, or was partial cleanup? We don't know, because it was like right outside Dylan's door and it was barely freaking visible. The only way they could find it was with chemicals. And the boot print might be Lee. I don't know. It's just so weird and odd that they would label the boot print Exhibit 4. You know?
I mean, to me, it's not that weird. Not contradicting you, but like, to me, it's like, okay, so they, like, that's how, like, they're working the crime scene, and that's on the way in. Like, that's the fourth piece of evidence they found. That makes sense. But it is just odd. Like, it does bring me back to the whole concept of either a naked man running by Bethany's window, or like some sort of kill kit. Because how is it that a killer leaving this scene has no DNA? I mean, the only time we've heard of DNA outside the house was on 4chan when they said there was like blood on the side of the house. But like, it's crazy. Like, that shoe print is evidence marker number 4. You'd think it'd be like evidence marker number 24 or something, or 44, but it's not. Yeah. That was like the fourth piece of evidence they found. And
just like their car is still sitting outside the impound lot. And that was from November 29th. That's all their cars sitting at the impound lot.
Mm-hmm. Still evidence, right? Probably, I would imagine.
You know, I've heard that the Ethan's cars were released because the black SUV wasn't Ethan's. It was his brother Hunter's. So when they took the vehicles, they took Hunter's vehicles too. The black SUV sitting next to the red Jeep, which I was kind of wondering why they would take Hunter's vehicle. Was it because it was parked there, maybe?
So did they take? So they probably took every vehicle in the yard. I mean, not having a suspect, not knowing what was going wrong.
Yeah, they took every vehicle in the yard.
Complete forensic of everything, But
now, I'm still wondering if the vehicles were because we've heard Christy state that she drives Kaylee's Range Rover, so
right.
we know that Kaylee's Range Rover was released to her parents, Steve and Christy. So it's only to assume that the rest of the vehicles were returned to their individual parents. If Christy is driving Kaylee's Range Rover around.
Wait, what? Can you say that again? It's yes, you're right. Yeah, they've been returned.
Yeah, Christy's been driving Kaylee's Range Rover, so so they've got the vehicles back. But what I'm trying to figure out is, Kiki, is why the Kaylee's cell phone hasn't been returned back to the Gonzalez's.
That's $1 million question, Robert. I don't know.
Now, I believe the Ethan's cell phone was returned to his parents, along with Xana's and Maddie's as well. But the police still have Kaylee's. It's in an evidence bag.
Oh, you know what I just thought of?
What?
If that's the case, so there'd be no need for a cell phone, right? Because they have forensic download of all the phones. So if they have Kaylee's in an evidence bag, you guys, if you have, think about this, or the females in the audience, think about this. You have no weapon. You have to defend yourself. You're there, nothing around you. Wouldn't you use your cell phone as a weapon? And maybe that's why they're keeping it. Maybe it was actual. Why would they keep the cell phone? Why would they keep the physical cell phone in an evidence bag? You've got an extremely good point, Robert. And Christy has brought this up. They'd like their daughter's phone back, but they're unable to get it. So
they might get it after the trial.
Maybe.
Yeah, because I think what was the last interview I saw, Christy said that the other kids, like Autumn and Olivia, are knocking her, saying that she's turning the house into a shrine for Kaylee. Well, I would do the same thing too. If there was no justice yet for my child, I would turn the house into a shrine.
I feel bad even talking about that. I think that we can.
Yeah, I know.
It's so none of our business. But I did want to say, Noisy Cat says, Robert, the black SUV belonged to Maisie. Hunter and Ethan shared the red Jeep.
Okay, thank you, Nosy.
That's interesting. Thank you. I'm just looking to see if there were any more comments on them, what we were talking about.
Yeah, I'm still.
Why did they keep Kaylee's car? She had it for one day. It seemed a little odd to me.
Yeah, Mark and Betty said, have they returned Ethan's golf clubs?
Didn't they say they didn't get them back yet?
this is still just so odd to me. Like they're basically moving stuff out of the house a few days, maybe a week after the unalivings. They start clearing it. They start clearing it out for you know. And I do feel empathy for Christy. I really do, because of this interview I watched the other night where she stated that it was hard going into the evidence locker and her daughter being just labeled as bedroom number 2.
Yeah. It's so
Yeah,
I don't even know I don't even know how to respond, to the police.
Yeah. And that touched me. That hey, too fast, too please. Because I have a 9-year-old daughter, and I also have a daughter around Kaylee's age, and if something was to happen to her, I would feel the same way Christy feels about having to go through a storage locker and my daughter only being referred to as like bedroom number 2 or bedroom number 1. I know, Heather, I know.
Why don't you put her comment up and we'll read it?
Listen, if I didn't feel empathy for the family, I wouldn't care about making sure only those with guilt or those convicted and forced to face the consequences. Yes, Heather, that's why I love you.
And then Ellie says exactly Heather Fitzgerald.
Yep. I'm going to look for a Heather video.
I know a good one. The one about the tire tracks is pretty damn good. I could watch that again tonight.
Oh, she has a new one out from 2 days ago.
From that phone call was they are looking for a suspect, and it kind of started and stopped there. There wasn't a whole lot more other than that. I guess we do now know that the unconscious person that they originally responded to is among. There was a moment earlier today where that captain went through and called back a lot of media members and answered
this for a minute. That's why.
Are looking for a suspect, and it kind of started and stopped. That phone call was they are looking for a suspect, and it kind of started and stopped there. There wasn't a whole lot more other than that. I guess we do now know that the unconscious person that they originally responded to is among those 4 that are dead. We did get that confirmed. There was a moment earlier today where that captain went through and called back a lot of media members and answered some questions, but a lot of the details still weren't sorted out. Really, all we got confirmed from that phone call was they are looking for a suspect, and it kind of started and stopped there. There wasn't a whole lot more other than that. I guess we do now know that the unconscious person that they originally responded to is among those 4 that are.
It was also spread through social media, and people talked about it on social media.
And do you know if misinformation and rumors ended up as a result of this information shared right from the start?
Yes, and the reason I looked at this and knew it was because in the media covers, they discussed the spreading of rumors on social media. For example, a professor who was accused by a psychic of being responsible for this. Other
You're famous, Kiki. You've been cloned.
references to questioning the implication of the crime before it was reported to the police, and so on. So there's been quite a bit of questioning the implication of people knew about the crime before it was reported to the police, and so on. So there's been quite a bit of discussion, spread of rumors, misinformation, factual information all over social media, which you'd expect in a small community such as this.
And then a response to those by May 10th. And the state takes no issue with this being a dual deadline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. May 3rd might be a little quick.
Well, Your Honor, right, but our motion was filed over a week ago.
Right.
So everyone's been on notice of what the state was asking for.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Daniel. Ms. Taylor?
Thank you, Judge. Our discovery requests have been filed for months, and they've gone unanswered too. So if we want to talk about being on notice for something, we can talk about that. The history of this is we came to the court asking for the cast report.
Robert, don't show that comment.
Order to receive it. We received one that was stamped all over it. We've heard testimony about that today from Mr. Ray, and it's not a final report. And we knew that when we got it. We asked for that. We asked for the analysis behind that, and we haven't received that. We were told on February 23rd of this year that the state will provide this by March 31st. Well, March 31st came and went, and we did not get it. So on April 23rd, the state said we still don't have it. And then on May the 10th, the state responded to this request and said that because we provided additional information, Mr. Kohberger's alibi, they need more time to do work on this cast report, and they'll get it to us later. Your Honor, I think you ought to order that we get the cast report, and I think you ought to order that we get everything that went into developing this, and we get the analysis that they made from that. This is particularly troubling. Their response, you told us something, so now we have to go reconfigure the cast report.
We had a question up here in chat. Let me find it. There it is. I could never get past KG's LinkedIn being deleted. Swamp Rose or Robert, do you have any theories about that?
Yes. Well, Robert, I'm sorry, I don't mean to hijack the question. Did you want to go first?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Well, I've always been mistaken about this story for a long time because there was a video on Chronicles of Olivia that they did their best to give the timeline, but it was off and they were mistaken about a couple of things. So the first one is that Kaylee's LinkedIn going live wasn't somebody logging into the account as previously thought. And that was cleared up by Olivia, her older sister. And so the LinkedIn account just said that it was available at that time, as far as everybody knows. The second one is it didn't actually get deleted that night. And I think that that's really like a huge, like something we've all misunderstood. And I know it's because that's of that video. They actually said in that video it was deleted after it went live. But there are actually screenshots of that LinkedIn on the 14th. So we know that it wasn't deleted that night. So I feel that at least Olivia has come out and said that it's not quite as nefarious as it was first thought it was. So I don't know, but that's all I got.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you, Kiki, because we've heard for like the longest time that somebody got in and deleted it and everything else, but because I've heard like reports that Olivia had access to Kaylee's LinkedIn through the family account But I've also heard that the Bryan Kohberger account that had followed Maddie and Kaylee and that was texting, hey, wasn't actually created until after he was arrested.
Oh, yeah. Freaking all BS. It's all BS. That whole I don't even know where to begin. Yeah, I don't even know where to begin. We don't need to begin anywhere. What we need to do is go back to what was said on the stand. We don't have to go outside of this case. We don't have to go to any speculation. We don't have to go to family members. We don't have to go to random witnesses.
Yeah.
What we know is that what was said on the stand is that there was no connection and no social media connection for the victims to Bryan Kohberger. So when this all the speculation is just that, like, and if there was a connection somebody knew about, they wouldn't be talking about it. And if they are,
because I've noticed that the whole everything that supposedly connects Bryan to the house and everything else is coming from because I don't know if you watched like some of the early Steve and Christy interviews. It's coming from them.
What's coming from them?
About him being about him stalking them, about him being connected to the Wi-Fi and the speaker. Because I went back and watched some of Stephen Christie's interviews last night, and they're both trying to tie him to the house and the Wi-Fi and the speaker and how I don't know if you remember Chris, I don't if you remember Steve saying the way you tilt the phone or something like that will be revealed in the trial and but we have both heard the judge and the prosecutor state that he was not stalking them. There was no connection through social media, nothing. So why is these narratives still being brought out that he was stalking them? That he, I even saw something last night that debunked him being around the house 12 times. He was in the area 12 times. He pinged in the area, but nowhere near the house.
Yeah, I know. I don't even know where you want me to begin, but I could begin at the original Instagram account that the G's were thinking was
him.
What was that?
I said thinking it was him.
Yeah. And I think one of the most compelling videos that I've seen on these like fake BK accounts came from Bubbly Waters, and she was she brought up Faceless and like is it Warbear? And they talked about how they're like these really awful, like violent, they're like extreme violent satire. They're like fake extreme violent TikTok videos. I don't know how to explain them. They're really, anyway, they're really and like a lot of them have like are like really sexual and stuff like that. And they basically created this fake account, or somebody created a fake account using one of their videos. They got like 15,000 followers. They made it private. While it was private, they started following all of the victims. They started following their family members and the different things that we knew from their lives. And then when BK was named, they instantly named the account Bryan Christopher Kohberger. And then it was just a big joke. And then it was so serious that like all these internet sleuths started going after the guy in the video who had nothing to do with it. And that's where Faceless and Warbear and all these people came into play. But Bubbly Waters fell down. And this was one of the major Instagram accounts that everybody thought was BK. I mean, we only have so many known accounts of BK. We can,
like Heather said, OCD, Shaggy, that LinkedIn message, that was Olivia shows you're so pretty. Kaylee wrote that to her sister, Olivia. So we have conversations going on in chat with other people. So that's always a good sign.
it's always good when the chat starts talking amongst themselves.
Yeah.
And then, oh, here's the thing: is what Heather is saying is she's saying Kaylee wrote that to Olivia, and that was the screenshot that we saw on the 14th, which shows us two things. Number one, that a lot of people interpret that as like some weird message that Kaylee got, and it wasn't. It was a message that she was sending to Olivia. But another thing is that screenshot was taken on the 14th. So how could the original story, and that's why I don't understand, how did the story get so twisted in the first place? Because the original story from that short, which I have on my channel, I think it's been taken down since then. She says, I'm driving from LA. I see the notification come on. By the time I pull over, the account was deleted. But we have another account of it. And so all I can say is she was probably in mourning, in trauma, and she got her facts mixed up.
Yeah. And see, just like I heard earlier today that I have the diagram of the house pulled up, because there was the thing going on that that Dylan was below Kaylee, which we know Dylan was below Maddie, and Ethan and Xana were below Maddie, which we both know Dylan was below Maddie, and Xana and Ethan were catty corner to Kaylee's room below her.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm not hating on nobody. I don't hate on people. It's just so it goes back to that. I thought I heard Gonzalez playing with her dog. And I thought I heard Gonzalez saying something to the effect that there's someone here. When I think it was Payne who wrote the PCA, LE was stating, well, it must have been Kernodle. And hey, it's our brother AR. Hey, brother.
AR, yay.
Hey,
Hey.
what's going on?
Not too
Welcome.
much. How you doing, brother?
Let me see. Is my headset working? Go ahead. I can't hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, that's good. One of us could hear one. I don't know what's going on with me, so hold on.
Okay.
Here, I'm going to step down for 1 second. Okay.
Okay. But
Robert, you were
I think he's back. Are you back, brother? He's gone ahead.
Robert, you're receiving some pushback in the chat about wait, hold on. So says no one was above Xana. But I think you were saying, I think you just misspoke. I think you said Xana instead of Dylan when he was talking.
Yeah, no, Dylan was below Maddie in Maddie's room. Xana and Ethan were catty corner below Kaylee's room. And Dylan said that she heard what she thought was the sound of Gonzalez playing with her dog. And then she heard what she thought was Gonzalez saying something to the effect that there's someone here. Hey, brother.
All right. Now I think it's better. Thanks for being patient with me.
You're welcome. I'm always patient, brother.
Sorry I'm late, guys.
That's okay.
We're just grateful that you're here. So
yeah.
Well, thank you. What you guys talking about? What you guys got going on?
Basically breaking everything down, brother. It's like an open topic. We were just talking about about Dylan being below Maddie's room, and then Xana and Ethan being below Kaylee's room, except catty corner, and how Dylan stated in the PCA she thought she heard Gonzalez playing with her dog when Gonzalez was actually in Maddie's room, and then stating that she thought she heard Gonzalez state, there's someone here. When the LE said, well, it must have been Kernodle because she was awake and on TikTok and DoorDash. So I'm just trying to figure out exactly why the LE was trying to contradict Dylan's statement about who said what.
Well, first, let me just make one adjustment to what you said. Kaylee's room was actually above the kitchen, not Xana's bedroom. Xana's bedroom is forward. The back end of that addition was added after, Xana's room and those were added. So Kaylee's room would fall right above the kitchen.
Okay.
So not a major thing, but it is a little bit different because, I mean, obviously it gives a little bit of a distance between noise. And, you know, just in my opinion, just based off what you said, I don't think Ali was ever very upfront or on point with what they had to say to anybody, especially their own community. And that's pretty sad. They didn't keep anybody on the same level of respect of whether they were actually at risk or not at risk or what was going on. So it's too bad. And I still think that they're holding a lot to the vest. And,
Yeah.
you know, obviously with a gag order now, they have to. But I believe that they were dishonest from the beginning, just by withholding and not keeping their own community within the loop. So.
Yeah, I was also touching on because I watched your video last night about Stephen Christie doing their own survey, and I was bringing it up to Kiki about it could possibly be contaminating the jury pool there in Latah to their advantage, and I was hoping to get your insight as well on that since you touched on that last night in your video.
Yeah, I mean, and we've got to really be careful in the fact of the terminology that we use, and even myself have fallen into a slippage of wording. It is not tampering with the jury. Could it be contaminating the jury? Absolutely, it would be contaminating a jury pool. Tampering with the jury would mean that the jury was actually already in place, and now you're tampering with the actual jury of the proceedings. So even I fell into the trap of that terminology, and I've got to really correct my own self, because there is no disciplinary action at this point for anything that Gonsalves have done when it comes to surveying the local community. Does that mean that they're not being disrespectful of the system or the way the system works? Well, that's one way to look at it. Or maybe, you know, they're just, you know, parents on the loose. I don't know. But I do have to clarify, they haven't tampered with a jury. They could potentially have contaminated the jury pool. And yes, Heather Fitzgerald's right. With what they're doing, they're literally affecting the actual judicial process that's happening. And that right there should be absolute reasoning to move the trial and possibly sanction people involved, including Bill Thompson.
Yeah. What are your thoughts, Kiki?
I just don't understand why it's happening. Like, I mean, I don't for one second think that the Gonsalves sit there at the breakfast table and come up with a plan to go survey people, or they like have a family meeting and go do that. Because at the very least, the fact that they have this lawyer on retainer, is it Shannon Gray? Why wouldn't they go to their lawyer and be like, hey, I want to do this like impromptu survey or whatever it was that they did do? Because we don't know exactly what they meant by that statement. It could be a lot less or it could be more than what we're guessing. But who would advise them to continue with the very thing that's in question right now? I mean, we literally had a hearing about an actual approved professional doing surveys. Like, why would we have amateurs doing it? And then maybe they hired a group of people. But again, why would you advise someone to do that when there's all this controversy and we're still having this hearing? That evidence isn't going to get submitted to the court. Like, who is going to get that information, and what was the point of that information, and what were you going to do with that information? I mean, if they got the results from that, let's just say they got results that said there was no bias. What were they going to do with that information? Like, what was the purpose of that information? So I just don't understand the motivation of actually conducting it. Because let's just say they found what they were looking for in that. Then where did they submit that? To the prosecution? I don't know. It's confusing to me why it was done by the people surrounding them.
Well, and that's another thing too. You got to remember, Shannon Gray is a family friend, so he's no longer actually on retainer by them to.
Well, that's what I was asking. I don't know. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
So Shannon Gray has tried literally to distance himself a little bit from this situation, even though we've still seen him on camera with them. I think he's doing that more of a friend gesture. Now, if anybody's advising the Gonzalez that what.
Oh, we lost him.
Okay, well, I'm sure he'll be right back. OCD Shaggy, I was just looking through the comments. I was looking for different things. OCD Shaggy at 10:50, he says, Ellie purposely gives this information out to catch people lying about the real information.
There we are. You can finish your thought now.
Am I getting booted out here or what's going on?
No, I'm not doing nothing. I would never do that to you.
I just feel as though, in my opinion, if the Gonzalez family does have any legal advice going on, or anybody that's given them advice on things that they're doing, they should really be looked at to whether they have the capability to practice law and whether they're violating anything within their right, the lawyer's side of things, because there is a gag order that is placed against the family's attorney. So Shannon Gray fell underneath that. And I would have to feel that anybody that would represent them for any reason would fall underneath that. I just have this gut feeling, and it's just my own personal gut feeling, because if any victim's family member is willing to reach out to somebody like myself, and I'm far distant from the victims' families. I know I do speak upon their actions, but I want people to understand I'm not speaking upon them as people in general. I'm speaking upon the actions that they're displaying. So it's really odd that this family that literally is grieving. There's no doubt they're grieving. I'm not going to ever take that away from them. I truly believe they're grieving. I believe that they're up in arms on the way that this case is going through the investigation, the prosecution, because if you rewind all the way back, he did say, don't make me be the one to have to do it. And, many of us are still scratching our head to like, what the hell did he mean by that? I think if we fast forward to today, we're starting to see what that comment actually means. And it's, don't make me do my own investigation. Don't make me step in and do the different surveys to find out if there's bias in the community. I think he's taken it upon himself. And I think Christy is his actual leader. I don't think Steve is the leader. I think Christy is. And, it's getting kind of sickening, especially to someone like myself. Man, I hate to see it because I've been involved in these system situations, and to think that in any of my trials there could have possibly been something like this happening that could have changed or affected the results of my jury or what I dealt with within the trial kind of makes me sick. Say that again.
Like you wouldn't have even known too. That's the crazy thing, is all the publicity in this case. It really shines a light on our actual system and the way that the media is manipulated. Because like you even said before, there was money allocated, set aside from the state in your trials for publicity. And just knowing that this could be going on and somebody could be in prison, they would have no idea. There are family members knocking on doors, trying to talk people into whatever they want to talk them into before trial. It's an interesting thought, AR, that this could be going on a smaller scale all around our country right now. And how does a defendant fight back against that?
Well, as a defendant, you don't fight back against anything. That's the problem, is you are literally at the mercy of the court to step in and do something. And in my belief, through what I've endured, and Robert, you may have endured this as well,
Yeah.
The judge always seems to be the leader. Like you feel as though when you walk into that courtroom as a defendant, the judge is actually the leader. But when you've been there enough times, you realize the prosecutor is the actual leader.
Yeah.
The prosecutor will guide judges into different case laws and different things. The judge is literally there to listen and make decisions based off of what he hears. And I feel as though, let me tell you, if that prosecutor's a strong voiced and a strong willed prosecutor, he guides that judge right into whatever the heck he wants. And I've had it happen in my cases, and we're watching it happen slowly and surely in this case, because Judge is not confident in any decision he's making. None.
No.
And Bill
I've noticed
Thompson
that too. Yeah. I've
Bill
noticed that
Thompson. Go ahead, Robert. I'm sorry.
And I said, no, I was agreeing with you. I said, I've noticed that too about Judge. He seems unsure. He seems like he's not confident. And I think that's why he leans on Bill Thompson.
I think so. And the thing about it too is Bill Thompson has a very long history of experience, maybe not with the death penalty cases, but he's been practicing law in that area for a very long time, and he holds an advantage at this point. He knows just about everybody working within that judicial system in that area. He has ties, he has bonds, he has people he can discuss things with. And I think some of the judges in that area rely on him for his knowledge and his expertise. Is that a good thing? No, because Bill Thompson does not have a good track record when it comes to major cases like this. I've spoken about this before. Bill Thompson relies on plea bargains. That's how he gets people in these big cases to be found guilty, is he pressures plea bargains. There was another murderer on the college campus that got 2 young females that Bill Thompson had the death penalty on that guy, and he pled him out to a life sentence. And I truly believe when he walked into this case, Bill Thompson had his foot on the gas pedal, thinking Bryan Kohberger was going to break and was going to think about plea bargaining, because they put all the pressure on you with the death penalty. Then they put pressure on you that you're going to sit in jail for the next 5 years. Then they put pressure on you about your alibi, and if you don't give it, you can't use it at trial. They put all this pressure on you to make you break and sign that plea bargain. And Bill Thompson says, hey, look, if I can get Bryan Kohberger to plead out to 4 life sentences without parole, and it doesn't cost our local community any more taxpayer money, this is what we want to do. So I'm going to put the pressure on him. And he's manipulating the judge. The judge should have sanctioned Bill Thompson a long time ago. The judge should have thrown down that hammer on Bill Thompson, saying, if this evidence is not on my desk in the next X amount of days, it's inadmissible. But instead, he just sits there and he just kind of smiles and he makes little jokes and he laughs. And if that was my judge, you would have an outburst in the courtroom, because I don't put up with that stuff. Like, you're not going to laugh at my hearing. You're not going to make some ridiculous statement at my hearing, not when my life's on the line. And Kohberger's got the patience and just sits there, and it's like, wow.
Yeah.
AR, you hit the nail right on the head. I mean, like, if this were any of it, first and foremost, like, I always feel uncomfortable when we get lighthearted in the live streams. Like, we are talking about such serious subject matter. And like, for the hearings, for 2 reasons. Number one, like, the defendant, his life is on the line. Everything about his future and his existence is on the line. And you have someone who does have the giggles in court in our last hearing, or at least in the first half when we were watching it. And then aside from it, the seriousness that you're dealing with, the 4 lost lives, like, I totally see what you're saying. And I can see from your perspective how you would want to lose it if you were sitting in that chair trying to defend yourself, and somebody is being lighthearted in some of the most important moments of your existence in your future. Like,
I still remember back. I mean, I was a little bit older at this time. I was going on charges that I'd picked up in my older years before I quit doing dumb stuff. But I had already had a lot of experience in the courtroom, and my own lawyer was treating my case as if it was a joke going into a sentencing hearing, which that is before the actual sentencing. We were there to discuss mitigating circumstances, aggravating circumstance. It was a very important hearing, and my judge comes walking in. He's talking to my lawyer. They're giggling and laughing, and I just remember I stood up and I looked right at, and I just started cursing and pointing, like, I can't believe you guys are not taking this serious. I've just sat in a cell downstairs for 23 hours waiting on this court hearing with no blanket, no food, just a toilet, and I'm waiting for you guys because I need this hearing to be heard, and you guys are in here chuckling and laughing about it. That affects me as a defendant, and I can completely understand watching, and that's literally what I do when these hearings are happening. I know people are live streaming them and talking about. I'm watching. I'm looking at Bryan Kohberger. I'm looking at what's going on in the courtroom, the facial expressions, how people are acting. And I'll tell you what, Bryan Kohberger has some patience because, and that might be advised by Ann Taylor, because Ann Taylor and Massoff seem to have a lot of patience themselves. But I'm watching Judge, and I'm thinking to myself, what is wrong with you? Like, why are you giggling? Why are you laughing? Why is this funny? And then Bill Thompson's over there. He's just ignoring everybody. He doesn't even want to take the moment of time to act like the prosecuting attorney. He's having his little advocates do it for him, which makes me think Bill Thompson's going to retire. Like he's going to leave this case and just leave it in the hands of those ladies, because he's already demonstrating he's checked out of all of this. He's out. Like he doesn't even think about it anymore. And Bryan Kohberger has to sit there and take all this in and go, do I even have a chance? Am I going through all of this with no chance, none whatsoever? Because that's how I would feel. Like it would hit me and I would say, man, and all the fights that we're putting in and all the good work and all the great, we're making great valid points. We're putting the experts to the test. We're really doing all this stuff. And what for? What's it getting me? What's it getting me? Because his judge isn't even taking it seriously. And you've got to take 9 weeks to make a decision. You can't hold the actual prosecution accountable to get the evidence over to us that we need for our defense. Whether you feel as though it's valid or necessary, this is stuff we need to put together our defense. We need to know these things. That's why we ask for them. They're getting ignored. I mean, if you guys see, we're still getting motions for evidence to be displayed. Now, the 6th is right around the corner. Let me ask the two of you, since I'm rambling on, and I'm giving you signs of what a defendant would feel, how upset this would make somebody. Now, let's say we come to September 6th when the prosecution's evidence is supposed to be turned over. And all of a sudden, on the 9th, we get a motion from Ann Taylor that says, Your Honor, we have not received the requests that we've had of X, X, Y, Z, X. So we're missing this, this, and this. And the judge just looks at her and does nothing to rectify the situation. He doesn't look at Bill Thompson and say, hey, it's out. I'm sorry, you didn't provide it. It's out. Or look at Bill Thompson and say, hey, look, if you don't have this by the end of the day, I'm sanctioning you. Instead, he just kind of laughs it off and it's no big deal. And you and I and all of us, plus Bryan Kohberger, hear nothing about this evidence that they need. How would you guys feel?
Oh, I would, going through that with my, with my cases, I would be very, very ticked off, and I would demand a new judge.
Well, I mean, even think about outside that, Kiki. I'm going to ask you. Think about as an outsider, someone that's never been in trouble before, hasn't been through the system. You're watching it unfold for you, and everybody's pinned Bryan Kohberger is guilty based off of this certain criteria of evidence. But then you hear after the deadline for evidence, it has not been made available. It has not been turned over. Yet Bryan Kohberger has sat in jail now for over 2 years at that point, and it still has not been turned over. How do you feel about that?
I mean, it's so overwhelming, and I hope everybody listening, it sinks in a little bit when you hear straight from AR's mouth. I mean, maybe it can put things in perspective for you. Can you imagine sitting there with your life in the hands of these people and somebody having like a giggle fit during your trial? Like how wouldn't that make you feel like you're less than zero? Like, I mean, I'm not saying that it matters how somebody feels in a court of law, but like the appearance of it is that they don't care. It appears that they don't care about the person. And then on the flip side of that, you just have to look at the other side of the bench, to the prosecution side, in such a serious matter with 4 brutally killed adults. Having you can control yourself 365 days a year, except for the days that you're in the hearing or when you're in the most highly publicized trial of the world. And I hate criticizing a judge, but hearing the way that you're talking about it and how it made you feel, I mean, it just really sinks in. And I bet it really sinks in for the chat as well, what you're saying.
Yeah, see, just like Mark and Betty just made the statement. Why did Judge get upset when they put the YouTube videos up on screen? And then Amethyst Noir said, Heather Fitzgerald, they stopped the presentation because they were going through the many Facebook groups, and the G's group would have looked very biased in front of the streaming community.
Well, yeah, that's such a difficult hearing to have when it comes to a change of venue. In most cases, it's pretty straightforward. You get into this case, and there's so many sideways twists that this is not how a normal change of venue situation happens. I'm going to tell you from experience and through, the studies of it that I've done and the research, and this change of venue hearing that we just had is not a normal change of venue hearing. You don't hear of defense lawyers putting up Facebook groups, YouTube channels, various things to display the wide mainstream media's touch. Normally, you're looking at, what was News Nation in the courtroom, and they were filming kind of like what we had early in this case. Now we're having so much interaction that, of course, the defense is going to utilize that to prove how widespread this case is. And then the prosecution is going to shake it off and just say it's meaningless. It really doesn't matter. But at the end of the day, where we're sitting right now, and I understand the change of venue is huge, and that is a very important decision. But we have some even more important things that are going to be happening very quickly, most likely even before that decision's made, meaning we have the September 6th deadline for evidence. We have motions for suppression of evidence coming before us. We have the meat and the potatoes of the actual realistic, important parts of this case still sitting before us.
Yeah.
And this is so mesmerizing, and I think, in my opinion, this is a little bit too glamorous this early in the situation. Like, we literally should have had everything from the evidence being turned over happening prior to this melee. We should have had the suppression hearings prior to the change of venue. And I'll tell you why is this could have literally already gotten suppressed and dismissed without having to worry about all of this talk about the change of venue. They could solve his family out in the neighborhoods, talking to people. All of this stuff could have been nipped if we had just gotten to the meat and the potatoes. And the reason why we haven't got to the meat and the potatoes is because the defense and the prosecution can't agree on actually getting the correct evidence in each other's hands. It's become a game. And it's frustrating, especially, I just watch. And, well, I'm not even going to comment on the Pavarotti thing with receipts. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna let you guys talk for a minute.
Okay, good. Because I was like looking through my Discord because we were talking about the Facebook. We were talking about the G's Facebook page last night, and you guys just brought that up. And so I was trying to. Too Fast said something really interesting about it. So, he just commented to him. So I was going. Hold on, I can't read the part of it. So okay, so this is what Too Fast was saying is, do we know how many people are on the G's Facebook page that live in Latah County? Because those people are allegedly tainted also. And a second. And every time they do surveys on Facebook page. And so it would be worth it for somebody to look into that because you know what I mean? Like, yeah, like that would be a good place to start looking for, tainted don't you think all of those people, that's a huge page. It reaches so many people, and probably all the people from Latah County that, subscribe to there. I mean, it'd be hard now because people know about it, but
see what's weird.
I'm sorry if I didn't, honestly, I'm sorry if I didn't make that point correctly. But
see what's weird. What's weird though is you got to pay 99 cents to get on their page, their family page. You have to pay 99 cents.
Oh boy!
So they charge you to be on their family page. Personally, I don't think that's right. I mean, if this was set up and designed to in memorial of their daughter Kaylee, why would they charge just to view pictures and posts and everything else?
Where's that at, Robert? Because I've been on their page. I haven't paid anything. I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, I went to their family page last night on Facebook, and if you want to go in depth on their page, it'll say subscribe at the top in like a little blue shield sign. You hit that, and it says 99 cents to subscribe.
Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, unfortunately, there's been a lot of questions on the financial aspect of things, like, Kaylee's vehicle, and at first they wanted to take donations to be able to keep the vehicle, but, they're financially capable of keeping that vehicle either way on their own anyway. So I'm not real sure, about all of that and what they're doing. I don't want to literally dive into a family's financials or the decisions that they're making in regards to stuff like that, because to be honest, that's none of my business or whatsoever. It just, at the end of the day, they got to live their life, they got to support their family, they got to pay their bills, and how they choose to do that is completely up to them. That's nothing to do with me. As long as they're not committing a crime, then I don't think it should really run rampant through the discussions. Now, do they look sketchy? Yeah. Do they act sketchy? Yeah. Do they talk sketchy? Yes. But until something gets made of light on that, then it just is. It is what it is.
I'm going to speak on that for a second, because I will say that there probably isn't a Idaho 4 YouTube creator, and that would probably go for all the TikTok creators and certainly all the Facebook creators that don't use content from the G's family page or the girls' social media pages, certainly Kaylee's, to create content, or they have at some point. And although I'm not saying making money either way is none of our business, really. I mean, how they choose to go on, how they choose to turn whatever part of this tragedy they want into, something productive or positive is really none of our business. But I will say people are profiting at extreme levels off of the G's Facebook page. I mean, let's just be honest. Yeah. And if it means putting a 99-cent paywall up so that, I mean, they can control the dissemination of the information on their page, like, I see nothing wrong with that, particularly since people are making a lot more money off of one photo. It's not much to ask. And, a lot of those stories are unfavorable to the G's as well. So why would they just be giving away all of those comments, all of those, everything for free? And then there's a lot of lurkers in there too. And then there's, it just kind of probably weeds out a lot of people as well. I mean, I just feel that way. And then, so when I kind of butchered Too Fast Point, he did retype it and said he just is saying how many people on the G's Facebook page are from Latah County, because it plays back into everything that we're saying about the jury pool. I mean, you would think that all of those people are now probably unable to serve on the jury. Probably wouldn't be great people to be on the survey either, but
no.
And when it comes down to it, I just kind of want to add to your point regards to if the Gonzalez want to have a 99-cent subscription on their family page, that's completely fine. Look at me, look at Robert, you. We all have memberships on our channel. We all have monetization. We have the capability to make money on our thoughts, our opinions. And as long as we do it with integrity and we hold ourselves accountable for the things that we say, there's really nothing wrong with what we do.
Yeah.
If the Gonzalez want to do the exact same thing and monetize their thoughts, their opinions, their family page, that's completely okay with me. What I have a problem with is before a trial's even happened, you were chasing down mainstream media to push a narrative, and you were walking around within the community shaking hands. And how does that conversation happen? Hey, I'm just kind of wondering, have you heard about my daughters being murdered? Oh, how do you feel about the guy that potentially did that, that's sitting in jail right now? Do you think he possibly did that? I mean, how do you engage that without corrupting the minds of whoever you're talking to? How do you introduce yourself? How do you get into that conversation without swaying someone's emotions to say, oh my God, this is the grieving mother, it's the grieving father, we're on your side, let's hug, let's all hold each other. And it's,
Yeah. I mean, I totally agree with you, brother. I mean, I totally agree with you. And, your video last night, I loved it. You got straight, you got to the point, and and I left you a like.
I appreciate it. I mean, I think when all of us do this at some point in time, when we sit back and we just kind of take our thoughts to ourselves and try to gauge where we feel emotionally, because this is an emotional thing to do. We're talking about true crime. These are people's lives. These are people's families. These are victims. These are communities. These are, it could be futures for some of us if we're not careful. There's a lot on the line when it comes to true crime. So I don't want to come across as like the most hateful person in the world, but I have an issue with what I'm seeing happen. And I want people to understand that those of us that have sat in the defendant's chair that have not been found guilty, Bryan Kohberger has not been found guilty as of yet. He might be, he might not be. We don't know. He hasn't yet. But in my mind, because I've been there, I'm saying he has no shot. Like, I'm out here advocating for this man to potentially be innocent, but also I'm advocating that the system and the process just seems so wrong with this case. And that's what I'm pushing for. And I feel like even my voice, when it clearly comes across and someone says, hey, wow, that really makes sense. That was thought provoking. It really rings a bell. I see your point. But at the end of the day, did that point even matter? Because the family, the victim's family, the Gonzalez family, if they were to walk side by side with me into that community where the trial right now is potentially going to be held, if we walked side by side into that community to shake hands and speak to people in regards to the case, they would 100% have more clout and more emotion and more hand holding and more hugs on their side than what my common sense discussion from my side would garner. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. And I would like to ask you a question, brother. Do we even know if he had visual snow?
I mean, obviously, I believe, Kiki, and you've done research into this as well. I think there's talk about it. I think they had some writings of his. We obviously can't see the doctor's information or anything of that nature because that would all be sealed. So we would never see that. And Kiki, I'm sure you would have some good thoughts on this too. But in my opinion, I don't think there's any yes or no to that. I mean, I just don't think we could clarify that he does or he doesn't.
Sorry, I don't think you checked the back chat. I was getting my phone charged. I missed everything you were saying. I heard my name and I came running into the room.
No, I was asking if we actually have proof if he has visual snow.
Well, I think that's proof.
And AR said we would never know because the doctor's stuff would be sealed.
No medical information in regards to Bryan Kohberger will be released before trial or even maybe at trial. It's going to be withheld because that's a doctor-patient privilege. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but if I go on trial, let's say I committed a homicide, I go on trial. I do not have to specify any medical history or mental history ever during that trial. Did you guys know that? The prosecution cannot force me to allow my medical or mental history to be revealed during the trial. I could have evaluation after evaluation. I could, trust me, because when I went on my first case, man, they were mental diagnosing me like crazy. And I signed a document right before my trial and said, hell no, we are not releasing any part of my medical history. We're not talking about any part of my mental therapy. We're not talking about my counseling. We're not talking about nothing. It's out. And they couldn't bring it up. And that's why we saw the sealing of those medical records early on in this case, and everybody's jumping up and down. They're like, oh, 2 people went to the hospital from the fraternity. Oh, that was blah, blah. They were sealing medical records. Mm-hmm. Medical records got sealed in this case. I don't care what people, want to say about that. Medical records got sealed because you have the right to privacy of your medical records.
Mm.
Yeah, HIPAA laws.
Yeah, I mean, you can't call my doctor or my shrink or my counselor up to the stand unless I agree that you can.
Yep.
I mean, it makes perfect sense because you say things to your doctor confidentially. You would never say things that you could think could incriminate you. So there's no right for them to ever show any of your medical records. It's completely taken out of context. And when you're trying to get help, you're going to say things without restricting yourself to thinking, could I get in trouble for it? What did she say about visual snow, though? I was really interested. fascinated with the visual snow effects. Visual snow is a side effect of topamate. It is a migraine med that you take at night. And you're right, and BK does talk about it, but he had the visual snow prior to taking the topamate or Topamax. It did increase his visual snow, but there were certainly periods of time, according to, because it's been proven his identity in the visual snow forum. And there were periods of time he wasn't on Topamax at all. What I do find kind of scary about the visual snow forum is there was a lot of talk of Xanax in it. And what it appeared is that it appeared by his writing that he did try Xanax to stop his visual snow. And that seems to be right where he started experimenting with drugs. That's right when he entered into the allegedly the HVAC program. And the only reason I take any like, why I put any weight behind these words is because this has been proven to be his identity. Now it's hard to listen fully to what he says because he was such a young kid. He's 15 and he obviously talks like a 15-year-old, and then it goes on for 2 years. And when he's 17, you can see how his like ego is taking over and stuff, but it's still really insightful. And it's kind of hard to deny he had those medical issues. Is it something that can be entered into court? I think it can. I don't know though. I mean, it's a public forum, but I don't think it's anything incriminating either. He was so old. And when you talk about the symptoms, like we were talking about the symptoms of a psychopath last night, AR, and I never really got into kind of like my insight on that. But from what I've understood is when you're looking for abnormalities or mental problems, like somebody who could become an extreme offender when they get older, usually those symptoms show up in early childhood. It's not something that you see starting to be displayed like when you're 15 and 17. And the saying goes, those symptoms will show themselves early and you don't have to squint to see them. That's like the saying about it. And so we have very little about BK's early childhood, but I don't think that anything that he said as a teenager in the visual snow forum could really, like from a forensic psychologist standpoint, be anything that would mean anything as far as profiling.
But you also got think about it this way as well. What is so key, Kiki, about the age of 15? When I say the age of 15, what's key?
You're getting your license the next year?
You're a minor. None of your records can be disclosed to anybody ever. So anything that's disclosed about him between the age of 15 and 17 could never hit the courtroom that he's in now, except it can be brought up in mitigating factors if he's found guilty. He could then utilize that and display that in hearings to mitigate his sentencing. However, you can't bring up someone's juvenile information. That's a juvenile record. It's sealed. All of my cases from a juvenile can never be held against me as an adult. Ever. They could never even be mentioned.
What about if you made a comment as a minor? What if you commented somewhere though? I mean, like, what about your Facebook post at 15? They're not your medical record. Could they be
They
used
can't bring them in. You're 15. They can't bring that in. They're not going to. Bill Thompson's not going to bring that in. Ann Taylor, I guess if Ann Taylor and you know, Bryan feel as though that's going to be a way of a defense for him, which I don't see. That's not going to win you a case. Like I had mental issues. I had a lot of problems as a kid. We weren't bringing that in to try to win a case with it because it just kind of makes me look more guilty. Like it's possible I could have done this because I was off my rocker mentally. So no, they don't want that stuff in there.
Well, I mean, that's the point that I was thinking is because, I mean, like I've heard on other shows, and I'm not going to name names, but like people saying, oh, well, this symptom was showing up at this age. You even have this and that. So I wonder, like, is this something because it was publicly said that the prosecutor's going to try and use as, oh, well, he was displaying signs of this at this time. But anything you're saying, anything he did as a minor, it's not going to get entered in. Like the stuff he wrote in that chat room, he was too young to have it be, it can't be submitted into court.
Bill
Like-
Thompson used some extremely important wording, Swamp. Inadmissible. A lot of the information being portrayed both through mainstream media, online, through the YouTubers, social platforms, in discussion of this case will be inadmissible at court. Bryan Kohberger's underage bullying at school, heroin usage, anything under the age of 18 is inadmissible in court. Now, like I said, if his defense attorneys decide to make a move with it, that's a different story. If they want to put on some kind of case that surrounds around that, which in my opinion, the only reason why you would do that is to get the death penalty off the table and try to get a life with parole type sentence or something of that nature, which makes no sense to me if we're this drawn out into the process now, because you typically work all of that out. Robert, again, you've been through the process, you know.
Yep.
You typically work these things out, like plea agreement type deals, within the first 6 months of you sitting in a jail cell. Like, I've had plea bargains put in front of me within 2 weeks. Sometimes at my first hearings in Phoenix, I would go into the courtroom. I don't even have a lawyer yet. I go in for my arraignment, and there will be a prosecuting attorney there that will walk up to you. They'll hand you a piece of paper with a plea agreement option on it and say, if you want to agree to this, we can be done with it now. You just got to sign, and then we can set a sentencing hearing for about a week or so from now. And a lot of times, you know, they're pleading people out to like probation or, you know, but, you know, I've looked at a plea agreement and it freaked Jen out at my arraignment with her mother. They walked up with the plea agreement for me and it said 2 25-year sentences with the eligibility of parole. But on the bottom in parentheses, where if you didn't look hard enough, in parentheses, it said consecutive instead of concurrent, meaning I would have had to serve 25 years, then gotten to the second 25 years before I could get parole. So you got to be careful with your plea bargains as well. And I guarantee you the discussions were hot and heavy early in this case about a plea bargain. No doubt in my mind.
Paco says awfully jumpy tonight because I think he's talking about me. Because I keep dropping things. I don't know. I think he's talking about me. There was a really interesting comment up here I wanted to post to you guys because it's front and center on my mind as well. And it was by Nosy Cat at 11:32. And she says, does anyone on the panel think Linda Lane will be shown in court?
Nope.
Robert?
Nope.
And I'm going to go with nope as well.
I mean, why would they show it? What about it's important?
Well, they have a car that looks like it might be a white Elantra on it at 405.
They got a better camera than that one that's got the white Elantra.
And that's what I think, because they say immediately.
That's not the one they would utilize. That is not the video they would utilize to try to pick the car. They got something better.
Yeah.
Or maybe they have nothing at all. If that is what they're relying on, that's why the defense is like, seriously, this is all you got? But when Ann Taylor made the statement that they're trying to line the footage up with the actual audio, that tells me they've got various different cameras that they're trying to build a timeline on different visuals of the car, and Linda Lane's not the one. And if it was the one, you would have heard, an uproar with that getting released, with the dissection of it happening on YouTube and everywhere. The prosecutor, Bill Thompson, and the judge would be throwing fits, and, you know, Ann Taylor would be striking it. And I mean, it would have been completely in the know right now that was horrifically bad that got released.
Oh, yeah.
Twiz asked, are we talking Linda Lane?
Yeah, we are. I think that
I don't know how. I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, we know the police got it before it got leaked out, but if we're going to talk about anything that could have been corrupted in the press, is there anything else? Is there anything else that has been dissected as much as Linda Lane? Like, obviously, that's something that's been corrupted by the media. And there's so much misinformation about it. I don't know.
Linda Lane hasn't been corrupted by the media. It's been corrupted by YouTube creators. Media doesn't even talk about Linda Lane. Only YouTube creators talk about it.
Yeah.
YouTube creators have literally dug into that and dissected every part of Linda Lane footage to the point they're zooming in on an SUV's paint job, talking about the entire cities being involved, and you could see them all in the reflection.
I mean,
That's not mainstream media.
And she says Linda Lane was leaked purposely. The one thing I will say though is, like, no matter what the evidence is, all the evidence we have, we scrape through with a fine-tooth comb when we find out that it's actually plausibly evidence, you know. And I think that if we had anything else as good as Linda Lane for something to look at, we would. But for me, like, I do always. I don't anymore, but when I first got the Linda Lane footage, it was one of the things that I did study simply because I knew it was that night. I knew it was just a few hundred yards from the actual house. And I knew that that was the activity that was going on in the neighborhood when these tragedies happened. So for me, I always found it relevant. I always wanted to know what was going on right above the house where this crime happened at that time. Whether I think there's something on it that actually helps solve it, I don't know. But I do see the relevance in Linda Lane. And then Twizzlestick brings up Gray Hughes. And Gray Hughes did get Linda Lane onto mainstream media. And it was covered. And I don't remember which aspect of it that he brought to mainstream media that he thought, I think it was the overlay when everybody was doing their overlays. But I know it did get some traction in mainstream media, but like everything else, they're not going to pick apart things the way that our ultra specific Idaho 4 niche does. But I don't know. I've heard people say that it's inadmissible in court simply for the fact that, number one, it was leaked. And then number two, the way it was covered. And then when I've tried to do research on it, I found out that actually when evidence gets leaked like that, it only can cause like punishment onto the prosecution, but the evidence is actually still admissible in most cases unless something was done maliciously with the intent of harming the defendant. So it does kind of boil back down to who did leak it. Because if somebody leaked it with the intention of hurting the defendant, then we could be talking about, I mean, there could be punishments involved. I don't know what they all are. Maybe if we have someone who knows a lot of them.
We would already seen that, Kiki. That video will not be any part of the case at trial. I mean, the one that you could look at, and I got an email. It was really crazy. It was a while ago, and that's why I just avoided ever talking about it. Was the camera the 1112? Where they released the still photo, but never released anything more. And everybody's like, oh, they're going to release the camera of that. I got an email that says, if you think Linda Lane shows something, you should see what this shows. And I was like, dude, I don't even talk about Linda Lane. So if you want to tell me what it shows, that'd be great. You know, then maybe I'll have an idea if it's important to me or not. But it came from, you know, a mouthy person that it's like, damn, when I sit down and I think about it and I go, they got something right there. If they're willing to send that to me and say you should see what's on this one, they probably got something. And if you really think about the cars zooming around, it had to have come in by that camera. So what is it that they're claiming that, you know, I should be seeing because I can't see anything that's never been released. But that's what I'm telling you. That Linda Lane's the only video footage released out of all of these cameras. Linda Lane's the only one out. That tells you it's not worth a damn.
Yeah.
It ain't worth nothing.
Well, that's not well, okay, and I can see that the reason they haven't, as far as something taking it down, but could this be the only one they were able to scam? I mean, think about it like that. I mean, the way that I understand it, Linda Lane was scammed from the owner. He was the victim of a scam. Somebody posed as an authority figure to get that footage from them or copy of that. Allegedly, that's what happened.
You believe that? You believe
Yes.
that?
I fully believe that. At this point, I don't fully believe
And
that.
you don't think of authorities would have arrested somebody that scammed somebody out of vital footage of a quadruple homicide? The way that they protect this area and tear down the house and the crime scene and completely don't allow anybody to walk around the area, but they're going to allow somebody to get away with scamming the person out of vital footage of a quadruple homicide crime, and then leaked it to the masses, and no punishment would ever be rendered for that? No statement would ever be made? No.
I agree, but I also think two things. Number one, that was the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the scams that were involved, and particularly scams that involve the victims' families. And I don't know, could there be sympathy if somebody was involved that they don't want to hurt? I don't know. I don't know if there's still an ongoing investigation. I don't know if there was some sort of cease and desist and later charges are going to be filed when the gag order is lifted and they can start maybe having some sort of civil lawsuit for defamation. I don't know.
Well,
but
I know for a fact it's felony charges. They're not small charges. It's also federal charges. And you're impeding a capital case, meaning you'd be sitting in jail with no bail.
But then who did? Somebody leaked it though. But so why haven't they charged Kane? Because somebody leaked it. So if it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, so maybe that person didn't trick Kane out of it. But why hasn't anyone been charged? Because it was leaked.
If Kane gave that video up, that was his video. That's his apartment complex. He owns it. He can sell it. He can give it away. He can do whatever the hell he wants to it. But it also tells you it doesn't matter in the case. Otherwise, the prosecution, everybody would be all over that. I'm trying to just kind of let you know I've been through this experience. Not every visual aspect that you see on a camera is any use to a case. They have what they want. That's in the prosecution's hands. A lot of that's been turned over to the defense. Some of it hasn't. But Linda Lane doesn't matter. Otherwise, this whole thing would have been an uproar. An uproar.
Yep,
it
totally
doesn't
agree with you.
The footage doesn't matter. You see a car driving around. Okay, we need a better visual of that car. They've got it off of a different camera, 2 or 3 or 4 of them. The Linda Lane footage didn't matter to them. Otherwise, they would have got that footage. Trust me. They would have that footage. And nobody else would.
You think they could have got it off the 1112? The light bulb camera?
I think they got something off of that. I don't know how good it is, but I think they've got Walinta Drive up behind it. I've heard there's a great camera up there. I mean, I've seen a couple of people do visuals where they drove around looking for ring cameras, and there were many in the area. On the route that was specified the car drove, there were many cameras. Many. So the Linda Lane, to me, and this is why everybody always asks me, why aren't you diving into the Linda Lane? Why aren't you doing this? This is where Fight Club was. Fight Club doesn't mean anything to me. Fight Club doesn't prove to me who took the lives of these 4 individuals. I would never be able to see anything on that footage that shows me who did it. So I don't need to look at that footage. I need to find the footage that proves who did it, not footage that I can say, oh, look, I hear a couple of voices. I think Fight Club was happening. That just doesn't make sense to me.
Do we even know if there actually was a Fight Club?
No. No. We don't know that for a fact.
I will say, like, I still see the relevance in looking at the neighborhood that night. And I'm not saying like now, let's just say everything is right. They've got the right guy, you know, all the evidence checks out, blah, blah, blah. But at the beginning of this, let's just say if we were just looking at this from scratch, trying to figure out who did it, there's not one of us alive who wouldn't want to look at what was going on above the house and the neighborhood right above it. You know, it is interesting. And there are a couple things to keep in mind. Like, we hear the honk from the Banfield all the way up at Linda Lane.
How do you know that was from the Banfield?
We don't know for sure, but
did you see the honk?
No.
We heard the honk, but what I'm saying is, did we see where it came from? No, we don't.
We do have a question for AR here. AR Hayes, do you believe the crime was committed inside the house?
Yes.
Twiz, whatever.
Could you imagine? Let's just take someone's thought process here and let's discuss it for a minute, because I think all of us have good thought processing minds, and I really enjoy discussing things with you guys, because you guys are amazing at picking apart things. If for some reason this crime happened in numerous places, we got a couple of people up at Linda Lane in a fight club. We got a couple of people riding around in an SUV touring the town while they're getting butchered and the dogs barking and running around, being chased. And we got all this stuff happening. People hopping through bushes, climbing trees. There's all kinds of stuff. Who's moving the bodies back with zero evidence, carrying Ethan? Let me tell you, that takes more than one person. It's going to take numerous. That's dead weight, blood spilling. So let me ask you, did they just barely kill him? And then when they moved him, they made it even a worse mess? Or how did that work? I'm just wondering, because I know me, if I'm going to take someone's life 500 feet away up a hill where I got to climb all the way down in that cold weather through the woods and the bushes in front of potential witnesses, and I'm carrying Ethan, I'm just going to let him lay wherever I drop him. But then, you know, some people had to carry Maddie and Kaylee up the stairs into the third floor bedroom and stack them in a bed together and pose them real disgustingly with a knife sheath up underneath that to make sure that that's perfectly placed. You know, and then we just kind of had to smack Dylan and Bethany around enough that they didn't tell on anybody. I mean, we got to really think about that. This is real and true crime. These people were decimated in their bedrooms, in their home, in where they lived, where they were studying, where they were inspiring to do better in life. And now we're going to start, I mean, and I might come across as kind of rude about it, but now we're picking apart where it happened, why it happened, who's chasing the dog, whose reflection. It might be the governor, it could be the mayor, it might be the president of the United States. I heard a couple of WWE wrestlers were there. I mean...
But wait a second, AR. You're like, I get what you're saying, like putting all the Fight Club theories, all these weird John Denver and everything else, putting all that aside, that is totally not what I'm talking about. And I think that maybe when I was talking, the point got missed. I was talking about two things, and then the conversation got diverted. The first one is talking about the audio on Linda Lane, because that's all I'm referencing the audio and visual. When I was referencing the Banfield beeps, I certainly didn't see the car and the person actually honking the horn. What I was referencing was the minute that the Banfield beep happened, they matched it up to the audio on Linda Lane. Now, I'm not saying that other things couldn't have been overlaid or added, but to me, that gave a little bit of indication that, okay, well, this could be the same time frame. And then the second thing that I was saying that I found interesting about that audio and really chilling is when we look at the time of when we look at the times of death, there is this like eerie time where all the dogs in the neighborhood start barking right around that period. Now, I'm not saying that that's part of the crime or a clue, but when we're just like evaluating all the evidence, I feel like if I were sleuthing, like that would be something I'd want to look at for information. Like I do see the relevance in looking at the neighborhood above the house. And before I go any further, I'm so sorry, Twiz, I won't shut up. Welcome to the panel, Twiz. It's so nice that you're joining us tonight.
Yo. How is
Now,
everybody?
good to hear you, Twiz. Before I forget, I just want to get with Swamp, and I agree with you. I can understand the need to understand the noises that are happening around you. You asked me if I felt as though the crime happened in one place. Now, a part of my answer is this. I never said I think the crime happened all at once in the same place. I don't think that the timeline released by police is the correct timeline. I think there are a lot of noises and a lot of things happening around that crime scene, starting at very early in the morning and going till after they claim the person has left the area. Dogs barking. There is oddities. I absolutely agree with you, but we also, with our common sense, have to understand when we think we hear a noise from one place doesn't mean it actually came from where we think we heard it. It could potentially be somewhere else. That's why in the courtroom we have to listen when they say they cannot line up audio with video. We out here are dissecting, saying that we can. And I guarantee you in certain places we are, and other places we're not. And that's where the critical nature of this crime comes into play that could showcase this is potentially numerous perpetrators that committed this crime over a time period. So I agree with you. I think there is vital information. But I think the vital information has to be dissected to what's worthy of actually listening to and what people with the actual common sense, like the four of us sitting here and the many in the community, can look at it and say, that doesn't make sense. Sorry, Twiz, I didn't mean to cut you off. It's good to see you, my friend.
Oh, you're good. I was just going to say that anybody could have been driving around and they just matched the audio to Linda Lane. Like, we have no proof that that video came from that night or the audio is real.
And I agree with that. I
was just going to add on to what you were saying a while ago about carrying bodies. I've been in the steam tunnels on WSU campus. Now, not U of I. But if I remember correctly, they were built by the same company and they were built a couple years apart. So they're going to be very similar. This was what I said the entire time. You ain't carrying dead bodies through those tunnels. I'm sorry.
I'm not. I'm telling you, I'm going to go get a beer and watch somebody else do it. I ain't doing it.
Dude, even getting the bodies like in and out, because like the tunnels aren't tall in some places, but still you'd have to lower or carry up a dead body out of a small hole. Like everything about it was just crazy.
Yeah, I just, and I understand, like, Fight Club is real. It does happen. People do get badly injured. I know about them.
I thought we couldn't talk about that.
We're not allowed to talk about Fight Club?
First rule of Fight Club.
I didn't know I'm allowed.
Don't talk about Fight Club.
Have you never watched the movie?
I know, right?
No, I know of the movie, but I haven't watched it. Okay, I guess I should watch it. I guess I'm not allowed to watch it.
It's a great movie.
I just participated in fight clubs or Friday night fights. I did all that. I mean, I didn't know I wasn't allowed to talk about it. When I whooped somebody's butt, I was happy to talk about what you talk about.
You could talk about whatever you want. It's just a line from the movie.
No, that's good. That's the one with Brad Pitt and Norton,
Edward
right?
Norton, yeah.
I probably ought to watch it. My wife tells me I should watch it, but I'm just like,
It's a fantastic movie.
Yeah, I watched American History X last night.
Well, that's a movie that I don't need to watch ever again.
I've never seen that one.
Yeah, wow.
learned about. Yeah, I watched.
I've just heard about the curb stomp. That's all I know about that
That's
movie.
what I remember from it. It was.
I had to testify in court about curb stomp because they caught me on camera in the penitentiary during a riot curb stomping somebody. So I literally had to step up in front of the jury, the judge, the whole crowd, and make a mockery of myself as I'm foolishly demonstrating a it looks so stupid.
You should have brought a watermelon and said you were Gallagher or something.
No, you should just you would be dying laughing because I'm doing it in slow motion, like a Steve Urkel type curb stomp, and it's just like even my wife couldn't hold it back. She just blew up in the courtroom laughing, and the judge made her leave, and it was bad. It was like mocking the court. It's really what I was doing, but
yeah,
they had me in there to testify against another inmate that. Was a part of the riot that really badly hurt somebody, and they want me to come testify against this guy, and I had just literally gotten out of the penitentiary on parole, could possibly be going back, and it's like, you want me to tell on this guy? Okay, we're gonna have a little fun with this one. Here we go.
That's crazy.
Yeah, like I can never get my money back for going and watching the Crow reboot yesterday. Like, don't see it. Whoever's watching out there, don't see it. It's the worst reboot ever made in history.
I could only imagine.
Now, Kiki, I want to give you the absolute respect because I'm intrigued. I want to know from you, what is it about Linda Lane that matters to you? Like, what is it that you find so interesting that you feel as though that it is an actual key to what we can utilize within this case's discussion and what we're looking for here? And this isn't any knock on you. This isn't anything like that. I just legitimately want to know, like, what do you think?
All right. Well, I'll start out with my latest Linda Lane perplexity. And the chat, I'll bring this to you. You can tell me what you think about this. So when I look at the timeline in the PCA, when we talk about when the first activities start getting announced in the House, it seems like the White Elantra, from what we understand, was still circling at that time. So I do feel that it's slightly off in the PCA. And I wasn't prepared to talk about this tonight, so I was thinking of like kind of studying it a little more before I brought up that subject. But that is something, like, I keep obsessing over the timeline, and that's one of the things that I wanted to bring up is this really tight period of time, like around 405 when that happened. The other thing I really find interesting about Linda Lane is looking at the original quotes from Kane, where he talks about the most important times of the footage. And they're so different than what we know as the timeline now. It's like between 2:45 and 3:15. And so I find it really fascinating to listen during those times too, because there are things that I don't know what I'm hearing, but they do appear to be coming from far away. And they do appear to be blood-curdling screams. And I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just saying when we're looking at the timeline, studying it. I mean, I often hear you guys say, they cleared suspects too early, or there could be more than one perpetrator. Well, if we're looking at what happened on the high side of the house, on the above ground, could this be, that's true? Could this be a place where they are? Another thing we see in the Linda Lane footage is the DoorDash driver. So it validates certain things on the PCA, particularly in the PCA where they say the car passes 3 times. That's seen in Linda Lane. So there are some things in there that do appear to match completely with the PCA. And then there's the fascination that I have as to why is this footage on the streets? Because if it was, like you said, the owner, he has the right to leak the footage, I guess, if he wants to. Maybe that's the reason, but what reason would he have to motivate that? I mean, the only thing I can think of is he really wanted us to take a look at it because he was concerned about that 2:45 to 3:15 hour. And so he leaked it to the world to say, hey, I don't get why the cops are saying 4:05. But I don't know. And I mean, those are just the things off the top of my head that I'm thinking about. But then again, there's this case is shrouded in mystery. Like, there were so many people messing with it in the beginning. And I do feel that there is some connection between the people who may have been messing with Linda Lane and the people who did a lot of trolling going on, kind of re-victimizing the families. That's kind of off the top of my head.
Well, I appreciate you. I mean, does anybody else feel as though Linda Lane to them has some meaning, or as to why?
Heather Fitzgerald just stated if it was real, it would never be on YouTube still. That footage was created to work multiple narratives, and then Criminal Confidential. Hold on, let me get up to her. Linda Lane is a waste because it will never be used in trial, and it's tampered with. And she was talking to Roddy in the chat.
Yeah, I totally respect you guys' opinions.
Now, if somebody could give me the original,
give me the source file.
Right from where I need it. Because everything I've seen online is easily manipulated. I watch people do it on their YouTube channel. I'm watching them manipulate it. You are changing the video. Give me the raw, real version, and then I can give you my opinion in a better way. I can't give you a solid opinion of something I don't know if is real or not. I don't know if it's real or not.
This is interesting.
I'm not. Mm-hmm.
She's saying Psy said that they would never allow actual evidence to remain accessible to the public. Did he say that tonight in the live stream? Because before I came on here, he was doing a really interesting live stream about the gag order and the non-dissemination order and what was allowed.
Well, I'm telling you, I've been in cases where they went out and reprimanded real and true evidence from the people that were working on it, meaning they went and took people's computers that were manipulating footage. I've watched it happen in my own experiences. So if it was real and legitimate, you think it would still be for everybody to play with? No.
Yeah.
No,
it wouldn't. It would disappear from YouTube and all
what
other
about
social media.
So Kim, I mean, isn't Kim on the same par as Linda Lane then?
Isn't
Evidence
what now?
that's been submitted that isn't relevant? I mean, isn't that the premise that we're all talking to WSU Mom Kim on? Is that she has evidence that's not relevant and that's why she's allowed to keep talking?
Yeah, so why would they pay attention to her? Nothing that she has said regarding the case struck them as anything they needed to give a darn about. They ignored her. They moved on. There's nothing that she has said that has come back to them as being needed as critical evidence or anything that could even tie to the case. Otherwise, they would have shut her down.
I agree, but the point I'm making is that that's not what we're saying about Linda Lane. We're saying that it's not real evidence and that's why it's allowed out, not that it's irrelevant evidence. It's not real. If it was if it was irrelevant evidence, if it was evidence in any capacity, it wouldn't be allowed to be out in the public. So the only reason it's allowed out in the public is because it's not. It was fake. It's a lie. It sounds like if it's not a lie, it wouldn't have been allowed out here. But because it's a lie, it's allowed out here. So my question is, I've always put Kim on par. Kim's story, aside from the fact that Daniel put his name on it, you know, that he verified she was a real WSU Mom Kim, and I like her and she's nice and believable. You know, I don't know. I always put her on par with Linda Lane. Okay, well, here's this other evidence that appears to be irrelevant, but it's just allowed to be paraded all over. I mean, it just now that Sai said that, like, wow, my mind is like.
And Heather, that's your own question. Heather said they ignored her because she is lying.
That's what I'm trying to say. If there is no value There's no importance to what's being said or shown. That means two things. One, it's not evidence. And two, they don't need to pay attention to it. They don't give a damn. Go ahead, show it. Do whatever you want. Let people pick that apart. It's not real.
Well,
And if
only
it's not real,
but if it's deemed not, I'm saying like we can't deem that it's just irrelevant and say, okay, it's irrelevant. You guys can just have your way with it. Because who's to know it won't become irrelevant in a month, or if new information comes out, it could be exculpatory to the defendant. Like if it's been submitted as evidence, it should never, I'm assuming, even if it's irrelevant or not, if it's evidence, it just shouldn't, if there's a gag order in the case, it shouldn't be admitted. Only a lie would be allowed to circulate, it sounds like. Like irrelevant evidence would still be evidence, I assume, right?
it's bogus. It's fake. It's not evidence.
That's what I'm saying, is like...
They know what their evidence that they have before them is. They know what their investigators are doing on a daily basis. And if you don't feel as though when those things arose that they took a quick look at them and then go, oh man, this is a waste of time. This is all BS. And they walk away from it and they don't look back. Why does WSU Kim not get in trouble for things that they feel as though are incorrect or a lie? Because it doesn't matter. She's not hurting the case by saying them. It's only the people that listen to it that would fall in line with that. That's not happening in the courtroom. It's not people out there that are getting involved in this case or listening to that. The actual footage that's valuable to them, they've got that. That's what they're building their case on. We don't have that. We're not privy to that. So they don't care.
I understand fully what you're saying. The problem is that I'm finding it difficult to I'm not able to articulate my point. So I think that's what's going on. Like I agree with everything you're saying. There's nothing you're saying that I'm disagreeing with, but I'm having trouble expressing what my point is. And I keep dragging WSU Mom Kim into my thought process. So I'm going to stop doing that and pass the baton on to somebody else to talk about Linda Wayne.
We have a question.
Clear.
There's a question for the panel. Why are we not asking the question, why would so many go to so much trouble to create fake narratives and fake evidence? That's the question from Nosy Cat to the panel.
So just so I can get out of your guys' way, I just want to answer real quick with my thoughts in regards to this. And I'm going to kind of sum up exactly where Swamp Rose kind of is feeling. There are two narratives in this case. There's the real narrative happening within the courtrooms that is being worked out with Ann Taylor, Bryan Kohberger, the prosecution, that's called the real case. This is where they've got some evidence. They might not have other evidence, but they're investigating. That's that narrative. That's the case narrative. Then you got the BS narrative out here that's been created by a large surrounding amount of people that keep dabbling into creating, well, I saw this. Then you got Dot. Then you got Dave. Then you got WSU Kim. Then you got, podcasters talking about this and finding him guilty. That's called the false narrative. That's called the we're going to make money on the YouTube platform narrative. That's the one that everybody dives into because it's more interesting. There's actual oh my God, this is it's a murder mystery, and we're going to put the puzzle pieces together. It's a conspiracy, and we're going to. But legitimately, there's a real side of this where the courts and everybody are having to work through this mess. And guess what? Neither two actually go together. One ignores the other completely, while the other completely attacks everything they see happening in the courtroom because it doesn't fit their narrative. You got the guilters that are putting Bryan Kohberger literally at the beds, end of the bed of the victims, and they could prove it. They could show it through the windows, and they got reflections off the moon, but legitimately in the courtroom, you're hearing things like, we're trying to get that evidence from the FBI. We don't have it yet, so we can't turn it. I mean, there is a real case, And then there's the conspiracy case. Which one do you want to listen to? Which one do you want to go with? You know, I myself am kind of getting to the point where it frustrates me to even talk about Idaho 4 now, because of the fact it's just gotten so out of hand that now, I mean, it's frustrating. We're attacking each other over our thoughts and our opinions. And I'm not saying us, but it's happening within the community. If you got a different thought process or a different opinion, well, now I got to attack you because I got to get above you with my opinion.
Yeah.
Heck, I would rather just go talk about other cases at that point. Like, I'm going to go talk about other cases that don't have the whole conspiracy, let's beat up on content creators, let's call them, you know, like last night I'm getting attacked in the chat of a great live that Kiki and I did, and what was the point of it? Why'd that have to happen? It's an attack on a creator. This case is just so bad with that. So bad.
Yeah, and I defended you too.
Yeah, no, all of you did. Yeah, all of you did. It was amazing that you did, but this is what we're all going through. I've watched each one of you, including Twiz, including people in our community, get attacked. And for what? Because you have an opinion, you have a great thought process, and somebody disagreed with it. That's not right. That's not right. That's not talking true crime. That's not solving this case. That's beating each other up. And for what? For what? I'm going to be quiet. You guys have some fun.
You got any thoughts, Twiz, since you sat through that 6-hour trial the other day?
Ooh, about the hearing?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I enjoyed all of it. I was kind of like cheering Beatty on in the courtroom because they finally had a prosecutor that seemed like they were competent. But I mean, all the testimony was pretty good. I don't know. It'll be interesting what the judge does.
How do you feel about Bryan Kohberger's demeanor while he was there? Do you feel as though he still feels confident in what's happening? Does he showcase confidence, or does he start to get a little frustrated?
That's hard to tell because all I see is the back of his head, and I typically don't really watch him that much. But it seemed like he was looking towards Anne and Massoth a lot more than I've noticed before. I think that you guys couldn't see it because I think it was right before lunch or something. They were talking about going into the chambers for something. And then when everybody came back out, Massoth was talking with Bryan, which was really funny because she's really short and he's tall. And I really wish I could have taken a picture of it. But then right after that, Anne was talking with Bryan and she had like a huge smile on her face. So that part was really interesting to watch in court. But I mean, to me, it seems like he just sits there very quietly most of the time and just looks forward. You know?
Non-narcissistic. Non-narcissistic, then.
I don't understand how anybody ever comes to that conclusion because, like, I'm assuming that Anne, you know, instructed him to sit there and be quiet, and that's what he does. And somehow people take that to being bad when all he's doing is listening to his attorney.
I think it's his nature. I think he's a quiet individual on the most part.
I would assume so too.
I just, you know, compared to the people that we see in the courtroom, like Wade Wilson or, you know, the Robert Tellez guy, these people are, those are narcissists. And I don't put Bryan Kohberger in that. I just feel like he's quiet and confident. I just wondered if his shoulders were starting to slump. Like, he's been in jail a long time. And
no, I would say his shoulders are the same.
Good.
I mean, I've never talked to him, but I assume that him and my personalities are actually pretty similar. Because like I'm a quiet, like people won't say that on YouTube. Like I'm a pretty quiet person in general.
I'm kind of with you. That's funny that you said that to us because people think because we're on YouTube and we talk a lot on YouTube that would be our personality outside of YouTube. And my wife would tell you, there's times I don't say 3 to 5 words a week.
Yeah,
Just
for sure.
don't talk, you know. And then she'll also tell you, I'm completely content with going to eat by myself. I go to the store by myself. I do things by myself. I hang out at my house. You know, I don't have to have the companionship around me to be happy. I'm just fine. You know, but people think because of the personality value that we bring onto YouTube that, you know, it's like, oh, he must be a talker because he talks so freaking much on YouTube. And it's like, maybe that's when I do all my talking because I don't talk much outside of it.
Right. Well, that's kind of like the funny thing with me is like people have said stuff about me and like I just want to come out and get famous, whatever. I wasn't on YouTube like on a channel or panels pretty much until the Alibi came out. And when they brought up Whoa Park, I was like, wait a second. Like that's crazy because no one, you could go ask any YouTuber, did they hear about Whoa Park before that Alibi? No, no one knew it existed that doesn't live in this area. And a lot of people didn't even take the time to consider how important that could be or go and rethink their story or their theory of what had happened before, you know?
You got a compliment, AR, from Tammy. You talk with purpose, not just to talk.
I appreciate you saying that. I mean, I talk more. I don't know if you guys are I talk more when I'm frustrated trying to make a point. Like when I get frustrated about something somebody is saying or the ignorance behind something I hear, that's when I become a little more vocal. It's like, okay, hold on. I got to share my opinion and my feelings with you because that just did not make sense to me. But in a content way, you know, when we're kind of on our content side and happy, I'm just mellow and quiet. I just kind of sit back. But I do have to say, she kind of says the same thing as my wife. My wife will say, the only time you ever talk to me is, you know, when you have purpose to talk. You don't just talk for, you know, telling me you love me or this or that. You just wait till you have a purpose. Okay, whatever that means. I don't know what that means.
My wife tells me the same thing, brother.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. Whatever. When I have a purpose, yeah, okay.
It's a male-female thing, I think.
Might be, yeah. And I don't spend a lot of time with a lot of other people, so I've found it harder lately. I think obviously my health has kind of held me back a little bit too, but for me to get the urge to get onto my channel and put out content in regards to, let's just say, the Idaho 4, I'm struggling to do it because I feel like the conversations have been had from many different angles on many different subjects. And Robert, I message you all the time about this too.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't want to keep talking about the same thing. I've given my opinion. I've given my thoughts. And I don't think people need me. I've had the comments from people saying, you just keep repeating yourself. You keep beating the same stuff to death. And that's not what I want to do. I want to talk things that go through my thought process, through my mind. I want to try to make sense of them. I want the communication with people that want that open discussion to do that. And right now I'm struggling to have that with the Idaho 4 because I don't think there's enough left on the plate right now before us that I can move forward in my conversation of trying to showcase why I think Bryan is innocent compared to what I've said already. And I talk a lot about the judicial system and, you know, the different things. But right now, there's not a lot of different motions being filed to discuss utilizing experience. So now I'm kind of stuck. And it's like, I'm not going to go make up a narrative and then make 108 videos on that narrative to try to prove to somebody my thoughts are right.
Yeah.
I'll just kind of bite my tongue. I'm going to hold out a little bit on the Idaho 4 and try to get into some other stuff and talk about like the Wade Wilson and the Delphi and the different things. But when I see something in the Idaho 4, I definitely, you know, I want to get on it, but it's just been difficult. Have you guys found that as the case as well, or
Yeah.
are you guys just still fresh with ideas?
Well, I wanted to run this. I wanted to run this by you. Yeah, the video I put out last night. Now we've all heard the same old thing. What did you Maddie? What did you tell Adam? Well, I thought about it last night. I've been thinking about it the last couple of days. Well, what if because we all know from the Steve and Christy interviews that Kaylee and Jack, they were just taking a break, okay? But why would Kaylee unfollow Jack from all of her social media accounts if they were just taking a break? I don't know if this is possibly delusions of grandeur on Christy's part, because she said they were going to get back together, they were going to get married, and this and that. There was some kind of corroborated stuff going on around that time that Kaylee was dating locally before she left for Austin for her new job. Well, what if Maddie had told Adam, who's Jack D's roommate? What if Maddie had told Adam that Kaylee was dating locally, knowing that it was just a recent breakup? They had broken up, like they were together like 5 years, and they were broken up like 3 weeks prior, to the unalivings. Well, what if Maddie told Adam that Kaylee was dating locally, and Kaylee didn't want Jack finding out? And when we heard Jack say they're going to get you for this, well, what if he wasn't talking to Maddie? What if he was talking to Kaylee because of her dating locally and everything else? Could that be a plausible scenario with, not with the unalivings, but with what Maddie had told Adam, and Kaylee asking Maddie, "What did you tell Adam?" And I told Adam everything. And because we all saw her on the grub truck, she was mad texting somebody that night. And I don't know how many exes would answer another ex's phone calls at like 3 o'clock in the morning. So that could be a plausible scenario why Jack D didn't answer the phone that night, was because Kaylee was his ex, and he didn't exactly know what was going on in the house that night. But at the same time, you wouldn't answer an ex's phone calls in the middle of the night if they're calling you like almost 3 o'clock in the morning, knowing that they had just been to a bar.
Do you really think Jack D didn't know Kaylee was possibly dating others?
Yeah,
Don't you think
I know that.
And Jack D knew Kaylee was moving?
Mm-hmm.
Jack D still is living his life.
Yeah.
I don't think I told Adam everything has anything to do with this case whatsoever.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. But yeah, no, I get it, because Jack D lived a half block away and has partial ownership of the dog, and I get a lot of the thought processes of all of that as well. And Jack D has been through hell and back through people that thought he was a major player in this case, and still to this day there's people that think he's a major player in this case. But I do have to say, I think today's day and age of young individuals, one, if they're not married, they're probably dating other people. I mean, I see it all the time. But Kaylee doesn't seem like the type that wouldn't be vocal and just tell Jack D, "Hey, look, I'm moving to Texas. You're not coming with me. It doesn't seem like you're about ready to uproot to go to Texas with me. I'm going to see other people. I want you to see other people. And if we're meant for each other, we'll get back together later." So to me, I don't find it as an issue. Now, could there be something really deep down, like I mean, there could be something really sinister within that we just don't know. Was Kaylee pregnant and Jack didn't know? Like, maybe Kaylee's pregnant with Jack D's baby, and Jack doesn't know she's pregnant, and Maddie told Adam. Now, that would be plausible.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's the case, but that's what I'm kind of talking about. Or, you know, hey, I have no plans of ever talking to Jack D again. Once I get my dog and I leave for Texas, I'm never talking to him again. What do you mean, Maddie? You told Adam I said I was never going to talk to him again? Why would you do that? You know what I mean? But then again, it could be nothing. That whole conversation on tape probably is nothing. Otherwise, again, it wouldn't have been put out to the public.
Very, very good point, brother. I just saw a comment from a charisma craft about seeing the naked man. Do we supposedly Bethany saw a naked man? Is that actually corroborated?
I've heard people talk about it. I've never seen any documentation to it or anything of that nature, but I've seen people discuss it. That evidently Bethany saw somebody come running either around the side of the house or out the front door of the house. They had stripped down to their boxers as was running from the scene. The naked man theory.
I mean, it could be true.
Yeah.
I think that we do have some indications that there is a small possibility that this story is true. Number one, the gag order could not touch where it's printed, and it's still up. And the other interesting thing is if it truly was misinformation, or if it truly was something that Batanti wanted taken down, if they are lying about getting a statement from him and him saying those things, well, then he has the right to do it, because the UK, the paper that was printed in London, the UK, Mirror UK, I mean, there are laws saying that if you tell a lie about someone, you can petition to have that taken down. And if the organization doesn't take it down, you can petition the courts to have them taken down. And we know that because we've seen Harry and Meghan both do it with stories. We've seen Harry do it with two. And
Yeah.
we've seen, and they may have done more. I haven't looked into them in a long time, but I mean, the fact is that it's interesting that it's still up. It could have been taken down. I mean, the only thing I can think is if it's a lie and Batanti doesn't care, maybe it's because it creates some sort of chaos or confusion. And if it is a lie, he wanted it to stay up because it might create some sort of benefit for his client, but I don't know. And if you don't know who Batanti is, he was hired by the defense as an investigator. And that's what he found out is Bethany's testimony is that she saw a naked man running by her window. And there were other things touched base on in that article too, such as stating that Bethany did see and witness other things too. So, I mean, I definitely am not writing off that theory. And we hear video of a suspect video. There are lots of things that could mean. It could also mean Bethany taking a video of a naked man running.
I absolutely think, in my opinion, think it could be a creditable thing because one, the defense was going after Bethany, wanting to talk to her about something very particular that could be exculpatory evidence. Meaning, who did you see running from the scene, and can you give us more information about what you saw? And then, obviously, when we're talking about DNA situations, I've even had people say, well, Bryan Kohberger stripped down to his underwear up in his car, and that's how he didn't get it in his car. Well, why wouldn't you just run out of the house? You know, like anybody could just strip down and run. Then you don't bring any of the evidence out with you. So could it be potentially creditable? Sure. I just haven't seen anything come out as of yet. And it could be within the gagged evidence. I mean, it could be something that's, you know, locked up and we haven't heard it yet, and it will come out at trial. We'll see. It'll be interesting because that's a concept I could see actually happening. I've left a crime scene in my underwear before. I'm not going to lie, I did it.
What did you enter the crime scene wearing?
I was in shorts and a button-up shirt, but it got just completely demolished. And I was in kind of an area where I knew if I came out with all this stuff all over me, I was nailed. So stripped down, I threw a towel over my face, and I ran like hell for about half a block until someone picked me up.
Nice.
Yeah. So
there's just
you gotta
so
do what you gotta do, man. You know what I mean? You gotta do what you gotta do.
Strategy.
There's so many things that could have happened. There's so many rumors that it's just hard to say without some form of corroboration.
And I still fall to this day back on where these issues began was law enforcement not willing to step to the podium during their press conferences and give relatable, truthful, transparent information to the community on whether they were safe or not safe, what they were actually looking for help in, located in the community. They should have immediately come out and said, anybody in the area that has cameras that video record and audio record, call us and don't throw them away. Like, don't let them record over. We need to come get those. They were very non-transparent. They were deceiving of people, and that led into the beginning of the case's prosecution as well. And now, we still to this day have questions of how did they obtain certain things? How'd you get these warrants? How'd you do this? And I think the gag order that's been put into place in this case actually hurt the case far more than it helped it. And I get the reasoning behind gag orders. I'm not getting into an argument that gag orders are actually important in certain cases. This isn't one of them. If you don't have other people at risk, you don't have this gag order. So there's something fishy about this harsh of a gag order because it's not protecting Bryan. This is not protecting Bryan because we already see the massacre that's transpiring in regards to his image, about his personality. Everything's already transpiring. And we've seen this through 300 and something documented pages by the defense to the court in a change of venue. His protection, his rights are already gone. So what's a gag order actually protecting?
Prosecution?
I think it helped at the beginning, perhaps, but then everyone just went crazy with all their theories and stories, and they kept on spreading them and creating new ones. So,
But that's what I'm saying. If you had transparency from the beginning, and I was having a discussion about this the other night with my wife. If I begin our shake hands friendship by lying to you and not being completely open and honest with you, and I carry that on for the next 3, 4, 5 weeks, I have to protect myself with a blanket that means, okay, this is going to protect me from defaulting on whatever lies I've told, because it's hard to keep a lie going. You typically stumble up and lie to cover up another lie, and then you get mixed up on your lies, and then so I'm just kind of thinking this gag order was a protective mold at the beginning into regards of we need to protect how this investigation happened because some corners may have been cut, and we don't want to let that out too early. Until we get through the actual court process and the dissecting of what happened, and then, the suppression hearings and the things like that. But the problem is they're so deep now with everything happening around this case. You can't lift it now. You can't say, okay, well, we don't need this gag order now. Now you're just laying more and more layers on top of the BS to try to keep it all with. Now they're even cutting off the live stream through the court on the hearings, and they're going back in chambers. They were never doing that early on.
They had a 20-second delay too. I don't remember them ever doing that before.
Well, that's just in case something goes wrong, they can shut it down immediately.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, so
That's
I mean,
the
this
first time
is
that I've seen it.
yeah. So now it's even getting more non-transparent. Now it's even getting more shady behind the doors, and this isn't the way our system's supposed to work. I don't care, about you got to protect this man's rights. Well, that's gone. You got to protect the investigation. Well, that's gone. You got to protect the prosecution and the evidence. Okay. Well, first you got to actually have some. So where are we at with this now? So it's looking shadier by the minute. It's definitely looking shadier by the minute.
Yeah, there's a comment up on screen by Amanda Smith. I think it was to protect the university. They thought it would make people forget about it.
I think it was Ann Taylor's idea for the gag order, though.
I thought it was Bill Thompson.
It might
she
be. I
didn't
don't know.
agree
That's
to
what
it.
That's just what I
Ann
heard.
Taylor was the original person before Bryan Kohberger made it back from Pennsylvania. She already had put in for an actual gag order. Now, when Bryan Kohberger got back, he stood silent through the arraignment, and we started working our way towards the preliminary hearing. And Ann Taylor at that point had said, okay, we're willing to open up this gag order some. Let's open it up. But that's when the prosecution came back, and everything they ever said in their actual documentation was to protect law enforcement, the investigative techniques, blah, blah, blah. They then deemed that they needed the gag order. So then it just became like a big old, well, we'll just shake hands and we'll keep the gag order deal. But both sides have tried to weasel their way out of that gag order at times. And I think at this point, I mean, you can't get any worse than what it already is. Just let it open. Just take this stuff, be transparent, take it to trial. Let's see what happens.
It would have also helped if the prosecution hadn't waited over a year and a half to clear up the 12 previous times connecting to a tower story. Because how many of these narratives have people made based off the idea that Bryan was near the house 12 previous times, which was untrue the entire time?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, there's so much that goes into that. It's pretty crazy. So, I'm going to let you guys know. I don't mean to cut you off. The wife just walked in, so I'm going to step down and talk with her for a minute, and then if I can, I'll get back up.
All right, love you,
Tell
brother.
her we said hello.
All right. Yep, appreciate y'all, and talk to y'all soon.
All right.
Bye.
But yeah, like you were just saying, Twiz, this entire timeline is jacked up.
Yeah,
And
it for surely is.
Like Tennille just said, consistent with Payne's stupid theory.
Yeah, I think even just from what we've gathered so far, if people would go back to the beginning, like when we know what happens, when the court trial, whatever happens is all done, and we look back at the beginning, like what people believed versus what actually happened, like they're going to be miles apart.
Just like Amanda Smith just commented, someone called, but not the roommates. What are your thoughts, Kiki? You're kind of sitting there all quiet.
Oh, no. Well, I mean, this because I'm just enjoying the conversation and listening to what all you guys have to say. I mean, yeah, I don't know why that happened. I kind of have been listening a little bit to what Jeff has been saying, that somebody maybe came over there that morning and wasn't summoned over there. And maybe that's why the phone call came from their phone, but I can't think of any other reason. And I am sort of like separating myself from the theory that the frats were called first. Like that is absurd to think. It's absurd to think that anything in that house would have indicated call the fraternity president first. Like it would have been 911 first. So I don't know what to think. I don't know if Dylan would have called someone to come over, or if it was suggested that actually Hunter was coming over because he had plans to be with Ethan that morning. But I don't know. I'm just answering the comment that you had up there a moment ago.
Mark and Betty just commented, don't forget originally it was a targeted, isolated attack. But then we've also heard this was a crime of passion. And that's coming from the mayor of Moscow. It was a crime of passion. Then it was a targeted attack. Then it was an isolated targeted attack. Then the vandal alert comes out. And then the vandal alert gets lifted 3 hours later.
I saw something on Discord. I think this is with, hold on. There was something on Discord about that. I'll try to find it in a minute, but it was about the targeted attack. And I can't remember if I read it in a private thread or if I read it in the TRP Kiki server. But basically they were saying there is something in this house that without a doubt made them think it was a targeted attack, and that it wasn't that they thought other people in the community. And I wonder what that could have been. But I'll try to find it quick while I'm talking about it.
What do you think, Twiz?
I think there's definitely something in the house that was targeted. For sure.
What, you like drugs or?
I don't know. But I was talking to one of the local moms that goes to the hearings, and she was saying that she was good friends with the police chief here in Pullman, and that's all that he would tell her. And now they don't even, like, they're not even friends, because her daughter, like, she was concerned about her daughter and like wanted to know why, because her daughter would walk around, and he was just like, it's a targeted attack, so she should be fine.
The good Jen just stated.
The good Jen. Oh, there was a Jen and Cy and Carrie's live earlier, and I heard them say it. They said Jen, and I about had a heart attack, but it was a good Jen too.
No, all these houses are connected. I've studied the property records. You guys will see all. Decide not to be lazy and actually make a video one day. Well, I know all the houses are connected via property records, and because we had Perky and the other dude who owned 1122 King Road and the houses around it, and it was Esty, Dan Esty. He actually had, the name of his rental company was 1122 King Road LLC. And he lived in Colorado, and he owned that house plus the houses around it. Now, I saw an interesting interview that he did, but it's been scrubbed off the internet, where he made the statement that he would launder money through those houses that he owned, and it would come back clean as rent.
Yeah, they could do all sorts of stuff. The thing that I would find weird from what we have been told is that when the cops arrived there that morning, there was a group of kids, and it wasn't just Hunter.
Yeah.
So if they had like a prearranged thing that morning, they had a bunch of other people coming too for something. It's obviously possible. Sunday morning in a college town. But who knows?
The college town knows about the murders before the cops.
Hey, so I found that screenshot that I was telling you guys about the targeted attack, and it was posted on the TRP Kiki Orphan server, and it's from NBC News. And I'm just going to read you the highlighted paragraph, and I'll tell you who posted this just to make sure I'm giving credit. It was the good Jen. Thank you, Jen, for posting this, and I'm glad I retained it. But in here it says the quote from the from this, it says, obviously, there's no way police can say that there's no risk, but what they're seeing indicates that there's no risk that this person will randomly attack people. And that was the Latah County prosecutor, Bill Thompson, told that to the Associated Press. That's a pretty powerful quote.
Yeah.
So, there's no way this person will randomly attack people.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be targeted. Has to be targeted to something. Oh, look at that puppy.
This is Philly. She never comes on camera, so she's very pretty too.
Val says the good Jen forevermore. Like the quote, it's like quote the Raven nevermore. Now, do we actually know if the car that was in Oregon was his? Because Pakul 27 said his car ended up in Oregon. Do we really know that?
I think they traced the VIN number back to the owner, like the homeowner, at some point in time.
SD, yeah.
Yeah.
But why would he be all the way in freaking Oregon? And
Who knows?
just left in the middle of the road, wrecked, and no tags on it.
Yeah, that whole thing is weird. Everything about it is weird. It's weird how it came, or they made the press conference about that car not being of interest the same day we now know Bryan Kohberger was a target.
Yeah.
For a suspect, I should say.
Yeah. Amanda Smith just said most murder motives are either over sex or money. I think this was money. There was no, well, you know what?
Yeah, it could be.
So was it?
Well, if you're thinking targeted, I mean, that could be it. I mean, okay, I want to speculate on this. Like, I feel like either something was taken or something was left there. And like, I don't know. Do you think somebody wrote something on I've always thought that. I don't know why I'm speculating right now, but that's what I always kind of thought, is like possibly somebody could have wrote something somewhere. I just think like, I don't know if like this is a very triggering thing to say, so trigger warning before I say it. But if you have like 4 young adults, in the prime of their life, like they'd be fighting for life every second. And I just can't, maybe they were able to write down, or I don't know.
Yeah.
That's what I think. I mean, I don't know how else they would have known that nobody else was at risk and that the target was just in that house, or the house, or like you said, something could be missing too. But
and if you look at it, they say that Kaylee got it worst of all, which I find kind of weird and odd. Because wouldn't they all have the same injury patterns if it was only one person? But we have Xana and Ethan who had sharp force injuries, and Kaylee and Maddie who had visible stab wounds, according to Kathy Mabbitt. But even with Kathy Mabbitt, she has flip-flopped and changed her story so many times. And why would they seek a grand jury for BK if they absolutely think that he did it and they have it on lock that he did it, which we all know that he more than likely didn't do it? Why did they have a grand jury?
I don't know. That'll be extremely interesting too when we find out what happened in the case. Because I mean, they had the preliminary hearing scheduled. They both agreed to it, and then it turns out that they'd been planning for a grand jury at least a month beforehand.
And it's just so weird that the PCA the Moscow PCA was so edited and redacted, but the Pennsylvania PCA wasn't.
Yeah. It's all weird.
Yeah, especially, I mean, if you look at it, this house was so flimsily made, it came down rather quickly. Like it had no insulation in it at all.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of depends. Like some of the houses here use like newspaper insulation, where you just dump a bunch of like newspaper and paper and stuff into cracks. It'll fill it up. It's actually pretty good insulation. But if they brought or took down the walls inside, a lot of that would have already came out.
Well, I know the FBI went in there and was cutting wall sections out for evidence, because the reason how we know that was because one of the interviews Steve Gonzalez did was when he said that he was happy to see the FBI go in there and start doing their investigation, which at first led me to think that the FBI was going to indict him, but the FBI is pretty much well stated now that that they have no interest in the case, even though they have evidence that they're refusing to turn over to the state, like the cast report, and the actual cast report the FBI is refusing to turn over. And now Bill Thompson's is having to do what's called the TUI process or something like that, to get the actual cast report. So why wouldn't the FBI turn over the full cast report to them, though, Twiz?
That I don't really know. I think they're going to hand it over. They probably already handed it over by now anyways, I would assume. But everything about it's weird. I don't know.
I mean, what do you think, Kiki?
Okay, I have to be perfectly honest. I was completely distracted by the chat because I was just reading something about USB cords. But if you repeat the question.
You're talking about too fast, too please?
Yeah, because I was trying to figure out what Jen was talking about, because I frequently use other people's USB cords.
USB cords are the reason you don't use a stranger's USB cord or mark yours so no one switches it with an OMG cable.
Wow.
I'll have to go up and see what they're referencing.
They can hack your stuff through USB cords. So like, I think what Too Fast was really meaning was don't use strangers' USB cords, especially in the airports, like Jen just said. There's like a known thing that you'll see news articles about it every now and then.
Swamp Rose, 2 years ago, Kias and Hondas were recalled because they could be hot wired by a USB cord. The recall has been done since then. That's petrifying.
They can walk up to some Hyundais, I think, and just take them. I don't know how they do it, but it was really big a few months ago on TikTok. But if you see all those like high-speed chases in like LA right now, they call them like the Hyundai boys or something like that. They just walk around all day and steal Hyundais. Kia boys, that's it. It's the Kias.
Yep. The good gems. Swamp Rose, it's called Kia Boys. Just Google it.
Okay.
You can just walk up to someone else's car and just unlock it and drive away.
Amanda Smith said the FBI got caught abusing those genealogy sites. I mean, well, that's another thing, Kiki. Why did the FBI visit Gabrielle Vargas after she testified at the hearing?
I think they thought she was violating the non-dissemination order. Right? Am I right? Chat?
I have no idea, but the FBI should have had nothing to do with that.
The FBI would have nothing to do with that?
I would
Oh,
think.
okay. Well, I don't know. Then you guys speculate to me. I don't know enough to like discern.
I mean, I honestly think that it was a scare tactic because when she was testifying that day, she stated that the genealogists still have access to somebody's IgG if they've been opted out of the police search. If they've been opted out of the police manhunt, they still have access to that person's IgG.
Okay.
And knowing Bill Thompson, he probably didn't want anyone to hear that. And at that time, he was actually in contact with the FBI. It might have been a scare tactic to shut her up.
Well, from what Ann Taylor said in the next hearing or a hearing right after that, they were monitoring some of her electronic communications, which we don't know exactly what that means. But I don't know. That whole thing is weird.
Mm-hmm. I've heard theories on it, but I'm not gonna speculate on that right now, just because I don't know what that means when the FBI raids for a non-FBI case.
Lorraine Schilling Snyderhan, FBI showed up at her house the day after she testified.
I think some of the basic things we could think of are ruled out. Like we really. We'll just go back to what we know. They wanted to know about her electronic communication.
Yeah.
So what could that mean? You know, we know it has something to do with their electronic communications.
Yeah. Paul Cool 27 said scare her.
Yeah, it's weird. I think they might not have wanted her saying stuff about how they could skirt around the rules sometimes, but
because if you look at it, Chief Price, before he retired, stated in an interview that they were in the bounds of the law. Now, that statement kind of made me think, well, were they within the bounds of the law when they got the IgG? Were they, or did they skirt around the edge of the law to get the IgG profile? Because it's just like a weird statement to make. Oh, well, we're in the bounds of the law now. It's just a weird statement to make. So it makes you think: were they skirting outside the law when they got the IgG profile from the trash can?
It is very possible.
Could they have meant? And I'm literally asking, but like, could they have meant that before they couldn't use the example that they had because it was built off the IgG, but now that they had the sample from the trash in Pennsylvania, they were within the bounds of the law to use that to identify the killer? Or am I getting that right?
Yeah,
I mean, we're never gonna know until we hear like what actually happened.
Yeah, and with both the judge and Bill Thompson stating there was no, he wasn't following them on social media. There was no stalking. So where's the motive? Where's the motive at for this crime? If he wasn't stalking him and he wasn't having any interaction with them on social media. Where's the freaking motive?
And then Amethyst Noir says, I think it's because it came right after I said that, she says no. It was because she literally told thank you. No, it was because she literally told the use of alternative DNA sites to get information, not who she talked to, but the fact that she spoke about the loophole. So do you think maybe they asked for her electronic communications to know who else she might have told? I wonder why they asked for the electronic communications.
I mean, that could have been part of it too, but I don't think it's hidden knowledge to the people that work in the IGG field, because I think Stephen Mercer was on the stand talking about it too, if I believe. I think Bicca Barlow's talked about it. I mean, I don't even know if that's a secret to people that are in that field or that area, you know?
Yeah, just like Pakul reiterated the statement I made earlier. They still have Kaylee's phone.
Mm-hmm. That is weird.
And Tennille Ray just said targeted attack on a random house.
Yeah. I don't know.
OCD Shaggy said, so are we doing a 12-hour live stream?
I know, that made me laugh a second ago. I was like,
Hell yeah.
well, I can sleep all day because my husband's going fishing, so.
Okay.
Oh, because tomorrow's a holiday, huh?
Yeah, the good Jen just said, if you were going to go inside a house and not know what or who else you will encounter inside, you would at least choose a house in the middle of nowhere, not one on a dead end with a camera next door.
I agree, Jen, and I'll one up you on that. Why would you choose Wawaway Park as your alibi if there's any chance you might have been caught on camera in that neighborhood? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. You'd think if you were making up an alibi, like we're being told BK in, why
do people even think the alibi is made up?
You're right. He doesn't say he was actually at Walloway Park. That's for sure. And I'm not saying it's made up. I'm saying if somebody was to assume they were on camera, just building off what she said, you would say something like, I've been in that vicinity. It makes BK seem more innocent. You know, just the fact that he's coming out with a story. I'm just saying, if he were guilty, he wouldn't be picking an alibi like that. He would pick one where he would have been caught on camera, because you would think with like such a densely populated area, there would be some sort of Ring doorbell cam or house cam.
Even like before this alibi came out, right? Like, I wouldn't have cared if he was driving around that house, because there's a billion reasons why you could have been in that neighborhood at night and not been a part of murders. Mm-hmm. So I was always like, show me some video that he got out of his car and went to the house, something like that. Like, give me some evidence. But then you say that he's 30 miles in the opposite direction. That's huge.
Agreed.
Yeah, just like Amanda Smith just said, I just think it's crazy. We have zero motive.
Mm-hmm.
And Too Fast says, monitoring Vargas and her communications is the prosecutor wanting to see Anne's casework product, whatever that. So Too Fast thinks that the prosecutor was trying to spy on Anne's casework.
That could be true too.
Mm-hmm.
I think she even kind of alluded to that in the hearing. Something about Bill sending over the FBI to question the expert or whatever, witness. I don't know. Yeah. It's been a while since I've watched that hearing, but.
Okay. Yeah, Jen said, I think it's an unspoken agreement not to have cameras in that neighborhood at Swamp Rose because these frat kids don't want their shenanigans to be recorded to follow them through life.
I mean,
and
yeah.
Mark and Betty said unless he's very clever and left his phone elsewhere. But that just goes back to why would a PhD college student bring his cell phone and his own freaking car if he's going to do this stuff? That's not very smart for a PhD student.
If he's going to leave his phone, why didn't he just leave it at home?
Yeah.
Like, everything about that. Like, this is the thing that kind of drives me crazy with this case. Like, anything that comes out that could possibly point to him not doing it, people double down on stuff. Because ever since the alibi came out, well, he had somebody else have his phone. Like, no one's ever said that. No one has argued that he wasn't with his phone or his car all night.
Yeah. And I'm sure Twiz, that his dad would not want to drive clear across country if there was supposedly DNA from the victims in this car. I think he would get back on that plane and fly back to Pennsylvania going, whoop, son, you're on your own.
I mean, didn't he report Bryan when he stole the phone when he was younger? Like,
yeah.
If he knew that Bryan killed somebody, like, why would we think that he wouldn't have just called 911 and reported his son as the killer?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I like that. I like the way Jen is thinking right now. Says she made 3 comments that are interesting. So Bryan is a jogger. He could have left it at home or jogged down Paradise Path from Pullman to Moscow. It's only like 78 miles. We go and jogs longer than that in PA. The only thing I would add about the phone is that just from what I learned about the metadata, I don't think that he would have left the phone somewhere. And if this is Bryan and Bryan was guilty of it, he couldn't fake that the phone was on him and leave it somewhere, because your phone has these like gyroscopes and magnetometers, and they measure like the acceleration, the movement, and the inertia of the phone. So like you can tell if it's idle or sitting somewhere. You can't really fake that. And you can't even really give it to somebody else to hold on to for you, because the fact is like we have this unique signature when we are using our cell phone, the way that we text and everything like that. So I don't know. It's just, I think if the phone is with him as far as the state says, so.
Well, he was a teacher's assistant, right? What if he had a second phone? A personal phone and then a phone for his work.
Well, the 8458 phone is the one that we're all talking about, though. But you're right; he could have had a second phone. But I'm just saying the 8458 phone. If he left it somewhere, we'd know if it was like sitting still, like if we left it on a bench or something.
Yeah, because I mean, if you think about it, this came out November 18th, 2022. This is from Bryan's mom. Me too, dear lady. Me too. I do think it could just be me, though. Been kind of blue since my son moved from Pennsylvania to Washington to study in a PhD program. I miss him terribly, and I think everything is just a little less colorful without seeing him all the time. But he will be home for nearly a month at Christmas as well. Yay. So if they even suspected of him doing anything like this, she wouldn't have wrote that.
That was when he had. Wait, when was the date on that? I thought she wrote that right.
November 18th, 2022.
I, for some reason, thought that was. I thought that was in March of 2022 that she wrote that. So, but I must be
November 8th, Friday, November 18th, 2022, at 5:44 Central Standard Time. PM Central Standard Time.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think that his parents suspected him of being involved at all. I think the only person who really ever said that was Howard Bloom. I mean, because just like you said, Robert, if anyone gets into a vehicle like that and they think that, and there's, you know, and there was blood or anything like that, nobody would take a cross country trip in a car, like, or.
Do we really think that Bryan's parents didn't call him the next day or whenever they heard that there was murders in Moscow right next to Pullman?
You've got a good point to it. Right.
I mean, let's be real. It was nationwide, worldwide. There were 4 college students murdered in Moscow, Idaho, near Pullman. Do we really think that his parents didn't reach out to him?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, my God, his dad was talking to the Indiana State Trooper about Brent Kopaka getting shot on the way back to Pennsylvania. So how would his dad know about that unless Bryan brought it up to him when they were driving back? Oh, by the way, Dad, somebody got shot in the apartment complex next door to mine. I mean, how would his dad know about that? Tell him the state trooper about that, unless Bryan brought it up to him on the drive back to Pennsylvania. So if he would bring that up, then you know for sure his dad would. And if his dad found out that he had been the one that did it, when and Bryan telling him, yeah, hey, I did this. I'm sorry. His dad would instantly tell the Indiana State Trooper, hey, my son just killed 4 people.
Yeah, my son just killed 4 people, and I'm scared for my life. Can you help me? I don't think that Bryan even knew he was a suspect until they busted in his front door. I'll be honest.
Yeah, at like a pre-dawn raid.
Yep. They couldn't even knock on the door. And I've wondered this for a while because I'm like, how are you a fugitive if you don't know that you're even a suspect? And that's essentially what Yoli has been saying too. Everything about the situation is just wild. And it really, it should scare every American what has been going on with Bryan. And I've said this, like I said it in Size live earlier. I was like, it should be scared when they're trying to say that you are utilizing some of the resources that provide coverage to an area that you are somehow a suspect, because it doesn't mean that you're in the area.
Yeah, just like the good Jen just brought this up.
Right.
The Moscow Police Department is conducting an investigation of homicide that occurred adjacent to the University of Idaho campus. At this time, we are not aware of any threat to the WSU Pullman campus community.
Yeah, Pullman was basically like, this has nothing to do with us. This isn't us. This is none of our business. It was weird. They really detached themselves.
Jeff just made the comment. I've always wondered if LE didn't want to have another Bryan Laundrie situation happen. And then he goes, pre-dawn is the best time to make sure your DNA isn't in any of the family trash, in my opinion. I don't know what to think about Jeff sometimes, but I love him to death.
DNA isn't in the family trash?
Okay. Pre-dawn is the best time to make sure your DNA isn't in any of the family trash, in my opinion.
I don't know what that means.
Because we've all heard that he was taking out trash in the pre-dawn hours and putting it in the neighbor's trash can.
I mean, here's the thing I don't get about the early morning. Moving that stool around. So here's what I don't get about the early morning raid. So they did that to create the element of surprise, but yet they sit and watch him clean out the car.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are they surprising him for? So he doesn't clean out the car again? Like what were they surprised? What was the element of surprise for? I mean, they didn't even surprise him.
That I do not know.
Weird.
Maybe they were thinking, okay, you busted into this house at 3 something in the morning. We're going to do the same to you.
Robert, just check the back chat room.
Okay. Well, just like Kay Lucky just said, never using the family trash is more efficient. Jeff H. Step 1, make sure your DNA isn't in the trash. Step 2, do not put it in your own cans. Put it in the neighbor's cans. Is this the technique taught at DeSales? Any other criminals use this method?
Has any criminal used that method?
Yeah. Are you trying to tell us something, Jeff? Something in your deep, dark past?
Everything about it is just wild.
Yeah, it is. Okay, Amanda says, well, if the FBI chooses you as their patsy, you already lost. Jeff H.
I would say so.
You figured it out, Robert. I'm Papa Rogers. Then he goes, LOL.
Gotta catch up on the chat. Step 1, make sure your DNA is.
Okay. The good Jen just sent me something. Let's see here. Washington State University police investigating death of a freshman student. Campus police at WSU are investigating the death of a freshman who was found dead in his dorm room Sunday. The Whitman County Coroner's Office identified the student as 19-year-old Luke Morgan Tyler. According to the Spokesman Review, Tyler was found dead in his dorm room at WSU's Perham Hall on Sunday afternoon. WSU Police Assistant Chief Don Daniels, we've all heard that name, told the Review that foul play is not suspected. The campus paper is reporting that the student was a member of a fraternity. The Whitman County coroner is working to determine Tyler's cause of death. On Wednesday, WSU Pullman Chancellor Elizabeth Chilton released a statement on Tyler's death, reading in part, I continue to be heartbroken over the student death that occurred in a residence hall on our campus over the weekend. The loss of a member of our Cougar family creates a tremendous loss for all of us. And I want to extend my deepest condolences to the student's family, friends, and classmates and fellow Cougs. In the tragic case of any of the student death, WSU has a strict protocol to follow with procedures that were put in place out of respect for both the families and the investigative process. Arguably, the most important element of this protocol is direct outreach from our Dean of Students office to the family and friends of the decedent. I'm very thankful for the incredible work and ongoing support services provided by our Dean of Students in this case and overall. WSU Pullman will not release any information about the individual until the details have been coordinated with the family and the Whitman County Coroner's Office. We will always maintain a high level of respect for both the families and investigative process and will not disclose any information that could inadvertently disrupt the process. I understand that during trying times, a lack of information often leads to confusion and questions. I urge everyone to avoid speculation about this incident so that the investigation may proceed unimpeded. We anticipate that the coroner's office will release more information, including the case and manner of death, in the coming weeks.
When was that?
Today, well, actually, yesterday.
That's crazy.
Somebody commented down there, Snell commented, Hazy is sick.
Free thinker commented, no foul play, no report, standard MO.
I mean, it was a football game, so he probably just got super wasted. That stuff do be happening.
Ugh.
Did you say that was on WSU campus?
Yep.
Because I thought it was a fraternity relating drinking. I mean, a fraternity relating hazing. Because I thought, from what was said, is that it was the fraternities were dry right now on WSU. Am I mistaken about that?
Maybe in the frats, but they could have a party somewhere else.
I mean, yeah, because look at the Sigma Chi. They're at 1122. They had a party there, and then they were going to go to another party after they had the party at that house. So they literally used when the roommates weren't home, they used that as a party house, and then when another party was jumping off down the road, they left that house and went to another house.
Mm.
Kind of like musical houses almost.
Oh, that Nosy Cat says this guy did not pass away recently. I read about this guy a long time ago. What was the date on that article? Maybe go back to that paragraph.
Jen said it was 2023.
Okay. Okay, there we go. 2023. It is overwhelming to hear about, though.
Yeah, Jen just sent me this in Discord.
What are we looking
at? Well, it says LOL. Disposition Act. Time report at 11:40. Moscow. Yeah. Like three different calls. Looks like no, 4 different calls. Incident address 1900 block West Pullman Road, Moscow, Idaho. Deposition ACT. Time reported 1420. Incident report 1300 BLK Bristol Road, Moscow, Idaho. 1539. Law enforcement calls incident report Moscow, Idaho, 1411. Request to speak with officer regarding his firearm, no report. There is a case. There is a couple that is going to be in City Hall, and RP report, I guess, wants officers to be there in case things escalate. Officers responded, no report. Third party report, someone stole a box of cookies about 5 minutes ago. Officer responded, report taken. A box of cookies? I guess they really wanted their Oreos.
Twiz, could I ask you a couple quick questions, please?
No.
Please.
Okay.
All right. So I have a question. So when you go into the courthouse, can people pick which side of the courthouse they sit on?
Yeah, there's like rows that are marked off for like certain things, but other than that, it's kind of just like a free for all.
Okay. And then the other thing a couple other things I was wondering, did you see a lot of students there or like college age kids that looked like they were attending?
You saw the
No.
Gonzaleses.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any like college kids that go.
I mean, I just was thinking along the lines of like, maybe they had friends who were attending. I was just curious if you had seen students in there. The other question I have is there was an awfully long break in between the two different halves of the hearing. Did you go to lunch or go out to coffee or go to a restaurant during that time?
Yeah, we went to Humble Burger.
Did you hear conversation about the case while you were there from locals?
No, we were outside,
Okay.
so there wasn't even really anybody near us. But I doubt many people talk about it, to be honest.
Okay. So that kind of answers my next question, which was since the hearing and leading up to the hearing, did you hear people making comments about it?
No, I've never really heard anybody talk about, but I don't really go out either, and I certainly don't spend a lot of time in Moscow. So
Did BK turn or try to look behind him in the courtroom at all during that hearing? Our last long hearing while he was in the courtroom so long?
I think he looked out in the crowd when he first came in, because normally he just looks straight down, but it seemed like he looked around this time a little bit.
Yeah.
But I mean, it was pretty full this time compared to every other hearing I've been to.
Thank you for answering that. The other thing I was wondering is how much of BK's support system was at that hearing? Because I think this is a big hearing. We knew it was going to take all day. There was a lot of time building up to it. The date was announced ahead of time. So it would be a good opportunity to see, a piece of his support system. Did he have a support system there in court that day? Of people in the audience?
Meaning like family or something? I don't
Family or
think
friends?
so.
No.
But from what I've heard, when the family does go, they sit in the other room and watch. They watch it on camera or whatever.
Okay. That would
So
make
they
sense.
might have been there. I wouldn't know.
Okay.
Too Fast just asked you, Twiz, did you throw up any gang signs to BK?
The gangaros.
Every single one.
So, where were the Gonzaleses sitting, Twiz? Behind the prosecution?
Yeah. They're over behind the prosecution somewhere.
Were they the only parents there, or were like the Mogans or the Chapins or the...
I have no idea. I wouldn't really be able to pick them out if someone else was there.
Is there like do they have, so if the courtroom filled up, you're saying there's another viewing, was there about how many people could fit in the courtroom? I don't know if you actually know the answer to that question, but somebody
I have no idea.
Robert was saying it looks like a set when you go in there, or you said it looks like a set.
There's like a decent amount of room in between people, so if they really want to squeeze people in, they could fit more, but I don't know if they would.
Probably have a capacity. What about I guess one thing I'm not clear on is we talked about the jury and the jury remaining anonymous, and I don't know if you actually know the answer to this question, but is there a way that people can enter the courthouse anonymously? Because I know they talk about how in Ada County people can go, below the jail. They have a tunnel or something to get there. But would there be a way to maintain anonymity from somebody entering the courthouse?
I mean, there are side entrances and stuff, which there would be less chance of people finding them there. But then you have people like me that know where they were, so they could just stand outside and wait. There is like a roll up garage door. Maybe they could use. I don't know. I don't know what's behind it. But I mean, you can see where the jurors sit from inside the courthouse. So I don't know how anonymous you could be in Moscow.
Now you're allowed. Oh, sorry.
I'm going to say, especially when the trial starts, it's going to be a media circus out front, and I don't think that they want the jurors to get their pictures taken by media as they're leaving, or getting caught on camera by the media as they're leaving.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to get caught on camera walking in.
Twiz, when we were first hearing the rules of the courtroom, it sounded like the judge was going to allow cell phones and laptops in there, but you weren't allowed to use them. I guess it's like a two-part question. Well, number one, are you allowed to bring your laptop in, and are you allowed to use it? And two, are you allowed to bring your cell phone?
You're allowed to use your laptop. You just can't live tweet or send email. I think you can't send emails. You can, a lot of people are in there taking notes the entire time. So I mean, you can. I don't know if they'll let you take notes on your phone, though. They might frown upon that one.
If somebody,
I don't know.
Yeah.
It was actually really interesting this time because one of the moms has brought a bag in with her, and apparently it's against the rules, but they wouldn't let them bring purses in this time. But the last few hearings, I know for a fact that they've let people bring back purses in there because one of the moms had brought her bag in, and they weren't allowing it this time. So I was asking one of the sheriffs if it was because of the survey, and they were being all serious and not talking. But they're like, no, it's part of the rules. I'm like, okay, well, I understand that, but people have brought bags in before, so why is it being so strictly enforced now? And they wouldn't answer.
We got a question for you, Twiz. At Twizzlestick, get some spy glasses and give us a first-hand POV.
Yeah, I don't know if you could do that.
Don't push it. We don't want to lose our one contact, Robert. I don't care for him.
Hey, we've been live for almost 5 hours. I'm going to go ahead and end this live stream. Stick around till after because I would like to talk to you guys a little bit.
Sounds good. Good night, chat.
Thank you, chat. It was wonderful. You guys had awesome comments and questions, and the energy was great. And we will see you later this week.
Yeah, peace out, guys. I'll be dropping a couple of more videos here over the next few days. And everyone have a good night. Thanks for coming.
Blood of the nation, we need saving. Truth and demons, redemption to lose. Archangel, our angels ain't coming. No way. Oh, holy water wash us all. Oh, brothers, sisters, sing our song and keep singing. Oh, together we are one.